Good evening, and welcome to our board meeting this evening, September 25, on Thursday at 5:30 p.m. We'll go ahead and get started with district celebrations.
Come on up.
Come on up. Yeah.
It's a pleasure, as always, for me to be here tonight. Thank you for allowing me to introduce to you some of our newest partners in education. So, Dr. Wright and directors, I am proud to introduce 3 partnerships from Gibbs International Magnet Elementary. And Principal Greenwood could not be with us tonight, but she left us in capable hands. Renata Burke, please. And anyone else from Gibbs that's representing the school, please come on up. I want you to be up here greeting our partners. Dr. Wright, please join us. And who is Director Johnson? Please join us as well. This is wonderful. Okay, our first partner. We can get over here because Jack's going to be taking our pictures first. Our first partner is Restoration Church. Come on up. Glad to have you. This is the school certificate. They have their certificate. We're excited for this partnership. We know our faith-based groups do so much for our schools, and they certainly are supportive of Gibbs. And so we appreciate all of you. Nina Staggers came tonight with her entourage, so thank you. Would any of you like to say something on behalf of the partnership? Stay. We have more. Would you like to say something?
Well, it's a pleasure to be a partner with Gibbs. I am a product of the Little Rock School District, Parkview, class of 2004. And it's just a pleasure to make sure we give back to our community. We love working at Gibbs. I've been a substitute teacher there, and so also my church and being involved. We just love to see the things that they do in our community. So big up to Gibbs and big up to LRSD.
Thank you. If the church can be seated, we'll keep our other individuals up here so you can greet our next guest. We're going to also welcome Partner in Education Appleseeds to Gibbs as well. Appleseeds, come on up. Kristen House here from this nonprofit organization. And Director Johnson, I'm going to let you hold that instead of me. Thank you. I love it. We're gonna take the picture while I talk. Appleseeds has a twofold mission: to increase the access of fruit and vegetables, fresh fruit and vegetables, and also empower young minds with knowledge and skills they need to live a healthy life. And we're so grateful that you're providing this to give students. Kristen, would you like to say something on behalf of the partnership?
Sure. It is wonderful to be here. I am also a product of the Little Rock School District, Parkview 2000, so in good company. And yeah, Appleseeds, we're a nonprofit. We like to inspire healthy living through garden and nutrition education. We have a garden, the kids come out, and we are just so excited to start this partnership with Gibbs. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Chase Waters is here from Kutek Rock, the law firm. Help me say, is it Kutek?
It doesn't rhyme.
Okay. Well, I needed your help with that for sure, because I wasn't sure. But thank you. I've heard of y'all. Here's the school. We're excited to have this law firm as part of the group joining Gibbs. And they're helping provide student behavior incentives and school supplies. We can't have enough of that. That helps the school climate stay calm, right? Please, would y'all like to come say something about the...
Thank y'all for having us. You can call us Fraggle Rock if you don't want to call us QTech. But a lot of us at QTech have kids in LRSD. Chase actually has a child at Gibbs. And maybe in the next couple of years we'll have 2 more. They're little, so they're not old enough yet. But we're excited about this partnership, so thanks for having us.
Well, thank you for doing this. Okay, that's it for Gibbs. So we have 2 partnerships from McDermott. So that would be Director Adams. Come on out. And do I have Principal Gall and Scott Bauer? Please join us. Yeah. Y'all are, well, wait, well, I'm just about to call y'all up late. Y'all will be last. Just a second. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, first we have two partnerships with McDermott we want to recognize. One is Special Olympics of Arkansas. They're a unified champion school program here. And I think this is so cool because it helps foster, positive school climate by teaching kids the acceptance and differences that we have and making it a better and more peaceful climate. So I think that's great that they're doing it. Let's give Special Olympics Arkansas a hand for their participation. And then we also have Unitarian. Now it's your time. Universalist Church. This is the schools. Y'all have, okay, you have. What a blessing this group is to Little Rock School District. In 2018, they started a food pantry at Stevens. Now they have moved to McDermott. We can't say enough wonderful things. Thank you, Nell, Pat, and Margot for being here and representing the church. And I know somebody would like to say something on behalf of this partnership because it's just wonderful.
We're so happy to be at McDermott. They've welcomed us with open arms, and we see a lot of need, and it's right in the neighborhood of our church, so that makes a very special partnership. So thank you very much.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you. And that's my partnership presentations. But before I take a seat, I want all of you to be aware that we're planning for Vips J. Mendel Reading Day, and that is Tuesday, November 18th. So if you have a young student you'd like to read to, please sign up with this. You can scan the QR code. We've been doing this for 28 years, and the objective is to put a classroom reader in every elementary classroom in the district, and we've been successful in doing that for 28 years. So the exciting part is the tradition continues. We continue to reinforce literacy initiatives in the city, and we would love for all of you to sign up and read to a class.
Signed up yesterday.
Good. We want you to. I think we've already received 175 registrations, so we're excited about that. Thank you for always giving us your attention to our partners in education and appreciating them as much as we do. Thank you.
Thank you. What you do.
In the spirit of celebrating, we're going to continue on with our celebrations for the month of September. Today, of course, is a very special day. LRSD proudly honors the courage and legacy of the Little Rock Nine. On this historic anniversary, their bravery continues to inspire our commitment to equity, inclusion, and excellence for every student. We call their names: Minnie Jean Brown, Elizabeth Eckford, Ernest Green, Thelma Mothershed, Melba Patillo, Gloria Ray, Terrence Roberts, Jefferson Thomas, and Carlotta Walls. Together, we remember their contributions while building a brighter future for all. By the way, the National Park Service is hosting Little Rock Central High School National, a free public event this evening honoring the Little Rock Nine at 7 p.m. So in case you leave here in enough time, please head over to the Harry R. Kendall Health Nugget Conference Center at Philander Smith University, right across the interstate. All right, we had an exciting time. I think this was last week. LRSD and First Security Bank, one of our community partners and family, celebrated the recent grand opening of another bank at one of our schools. This one was at Chico with a ribbon cutting ceremony. Through this partnership, LRC, we now have 5 student-run banks at elementary schools. And you may remember last year, students and families have saved well over $100,000 through this program. So congratulations to Chico. Congratulations to Pinnacle View's Pericles Wang, who was named to the Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge Top 300, the nation's premier STEM competition for middle school students. Pericles is the only student from Arkansas to earn this honor, and we are proud to have him in the Little Rock School District. His project, Biases and Stereotypes of Large Language Models Toward Social Groups, was showcased at the Central Arkansas Regional Science and Engineering Fair. Way to go, Mr. Wang. We are so proud of you. We're also proud to honor our 2026 National Merit Semifinalists and Commended Scholars, a total of 23 between them, more than every private charter school combined in the city. Just wanted to throw that out. A total of 23 between them. You see their names on the screen. Additionally, we must give a special shout out to Parkview's Harper Finn Avery, who scored a 34 on the ACT. And check this out, it even gets better than that. And to Cesar Angel Gomez Campos, who scored a perfect 36. We will be honoring all of these students as well as our principal scholars with a reception in November. So congratulations to all of these students on your tremendous accomplishments. Student leaders from all of our high schools trained with HIP reps last week. And for those of you who don't know, HIP stands for Health Information Project, to bring mental health and wellness resources to their peers. In case you don't know what this program is, this is our 3rd year. And so we actually use peers, 11th graders and 12th graders at all of our high schools to provide health-related, mental health-related lessons to 9th graders at all of our high schools. And so by the time every student gets to 12th grade in our high schools, they will be exposed to the HIP curriculum and will have peer-to-peer models to assist with just some peer support with issues and things that our students experience in school and in life. Well, some of our schools are also being recognized for what we are. Speaking of reading, we never want to miss an opportunity to promote Reading in the Rock. And if you pay attention to us on social media, you see that Reading in the Rock was not a one-time thing. We are reading in the Rock every single day and keeping this initiative going. And we appreciate the support from our parents, teachers, and community partners. Thanks to a $3,500 donation from the Arkansas Blue Cross Blue Shield, plus an extra $500 from Restoration Ministries Christian Fellowship, every McDermott student got to take home a book to build their home libraries. You see this amazing effort in the photo at the top left. LRSD joins McDermott Elementary in extending a heartfelt thank you to Arkansas Blue Cross Blue Shield and Restoration Ministries for bringing books, smiles, lasting memories to our students and families. We are encouraging everyone to take the pledge to read or to help. And we also this week received our 2nd individual donation of $10,000 to our LRSD Foundation to support our Reading in the Rock initiative. So we thanks to all in our community who are supporting this noble adventure. Not adventure, this noble initiative. We also kicked off our, I love this name. We also kicked off our first Java with Jermall, that's me, last week. Parents, staff, and community members came together over coffee and conversation to share thoughts and concerns as well as to ask questions. We had a great turnout, and it was, I will say I came with kind of low expectations, didn't think people were going to come out, but it was well attended and really enjoyed some of the conversations with parents who came out to that event. And the next one will take place on October the 8th at Mann Middle School, 7:45 to 8:45. So if you are available to come out, we ask that you please come out and have some Java with Jermall. Anyway, moving on next. I don't want to talk about this.
You want to talk about this?
Congratulations, Dr. Wright, on being
Thank you.
in the Achievers in their 40s.
All right, let's move on.
From AMP.
In a few short months, I will be ineligible for this award. We are really excited about our 3rd episode of Right On Education, and you may see a familiar face in the audience who was a part of this particular podcast. This conversation is with parents of current students in our district and parents of students who are no longer students in our district. So we're having a conversation about why some parents choose to stay, why some parents choose to leave, and what we can do as a district to better support families who leave our district. And so this podcast was actually so good that we are going to do a part 2 because we actually ran out of time to kind of delve into all of the topics that we wanted to talk about. So when it drops sometime next week, Friday, please check it out, but I guarantee you there will be a part 2.
Where is it, Dr. Wright?
That was at Hall. That was filmed at Hall.
That's what I thought.
All right. There is no shortage of exciting things happening in the Little Rock School District. Tomorrow at Forest Park, we will host their annual Patriotic Assembly, and Central will feature Fly Day, where students interested in STEM will learn about drone technology. What my eyes? Getting close to 50. Drone technology and careers, and even get to test fly drones. This event is in partnership with the city of Little Rock. And we're almost done. Hispanic Heritage Month is observed September 15th through October 15th. And Little Rock Southwest will host its annual celebration in honor of this observance tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. And Hamilton Learning Academy will host its first ever student showcase called Misunderstood on Thursday, October 2nd at 5:30 p.m. featuring student dance, music, and poetry. So if you are available to come out, we would love for you to come out and support our students at Hamilton Learning Academy for this first ever event featuring them. Again, that's Thursday, October 2nd at 5:30. The event at Hamilton is open to the public. The address is 4015 Stannis Road. Then, next Saturday, catch our early childhood team and other LRSD staff at Hillcrest Harvest Fest. Be sure to stop by the table. I'm sure you'll be there.
I will not, but
Oh,
yay.
never mind.
I'm
All
very
right.
excited. I was invited, but I will not be there, sadly.
Be sure to stop by the table, learn more about LRSD and our award-winning pre-K programs, and pick up some goodies while there. And last, but certainly not least, congratulations to board member Michael Mason and his recognition as a member of the Tiger Class of 1975 state champs. He and his teammates featured here were recently honored at Central's football game. Was it last Saturday? Last Friday? Two Fridays ago, during halftime. And so congratulations to Mr. Mason and the class of 1975. I was -1.
You weren't here?
No. I was on the way. All right, that is it for our celebrations for the month of September.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to public comment. And this is a place in the agenda where we hear from the public, parents, stakeholders, and friends of LRSD. We'd like to hear public comment regarding LRSD issues, additions. Okay. We allow 3 minutes for public comment. Our responsibility is to listen to your comment. We're not allowed to respond or have discussion. And so, generally speaking, we just ask that you try and be mindful of the 3-minute rule. And if you you hear the bell, please wrap up whatever idea that you are addressing at that time. I don't like to cut people off, but if it goes on, we have to do that to just be conscious, okay? All right, okay. So Dorothy, Ms. Starr. Come on up, Ms. Starr.
How y'all doing?
Doing well, how are you?
I am the parent of a student who attends LRSD's school, and we've been playing like tug of war with one of the schools about her early graduation. She has all the core credits, all the requirements that she needs to graduate. But the issue we're running into is we're getting kind of like moving the goalpost now that the time is here. So I'm here asking that you guys at least direct the superintendent and the principal of the school to get my daughter the paperwork that she needs to graduate. She has done everything that they've asked, required, even in the early graduation paperwork that I signed. None of the requirements that he says as policy is in the required state law that I've seen. So I've already spoke. Another thing is through the emails, even though the email consists of all the people that's in a chain of commands, I've only been getting response as to what is right and what is wrong by 2 people, which is Miss Hatter and the principal. And so the things that he just saying is contrary to what I know the policy to be. So I'm here asking Miss Hatter, if need be, to get the state involved in this, because the state policy does not say anything that the Little Rock School District is asking us to give. So I'm here to, and if necessary, to graduate early. If we need to pull out from LSRD, then we'll do that. But the thing is, they keep moving the goalposts when I've already signed things that said that she would graduate 2026. So that's my concern. I want to know why things are constantly moving and why the requirements of her having a letter. I think one of the requirements was her having an acceptance letter from a college. But the thing was, she can't apply for colleges without knowing that she's going to be able to graduate early. So that's one of the things where we're like, well, we could apply for colleges and did all of that as she's taking summer classes. We paid almost over $400 or $500. So we knew what the goals were, and that goal was not in there. So my thing is, okay, now we're at the time to where she's supposed to graduate 2026, and the goalpost is moving. So I'm prepared to, she has all the required credits.
What's her
Actually,
name?
she has 18.5 right now.
What is
At
her
the
name?
end, Julia Jones,
What school?
Parkview.
Okay.
At the end of this spring term, she'll have 27 credits when she graduates. So it's only required to have 22. She'll have 27. So I don't understand why we're kind of setting a barrier for her to not graduate early.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I'm sorry. Miss Morgan?
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I know you're probably wondering why I have this cowboy hat on and shoes. So when I leave here, I'll be attending an event at my school, Vaqueros and Versus.
What's the name of this?
Vaqueros, Vaqueros, and Versus.
Vaqueros.
That's Spanish.
It's Spanish.
It's Spanish.
Vaquero.
Vaqueros,
Yeah.
Cowboys.
So, good evening.
Good evening.
You want me to, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the Project 2025 Advisory Board had no problem putting forward a plan to dismantle public schools through a universal voucher scheme. And in 2023, our very own governor got the ball rolling with the LRS Act. This year, third graders who do not meet the state threshold will be retained. Yet, our state still does not provide universal pre-K. Our child care centers and Better Beginning centers were notified on September the 19th of cuts to their budgets that will go into place on October the 1st. We know from decades of research that high-quality preschool changes lives. It builds confidence, social skills, and a strong foundation for learning, especially for children from disadvantaged backgrounds. But here in Arkansas, many of our kids are being tested and judged before they've ever had a fair chance to catch up. They face a state exam in the third grade that digs deeper than what teachers can realistically teach day by day. And far too many students start school already behind, not because they lack potential, but because of circumstances far beyond their control. Educators are giving everything they can, but we all know the truth. Depending on your zip code, the resources available to support a child may or may not exist. That's not equity. That's not opportunity. And that's not the Arkansas that we should want for our children. If we want to change outcomes, we must first address the non-academic barriers, food insecurity, social, emotional, and behavioral needs. Then we must bring in our community like we've seen tonight, partner to join us in this hard work. It cannot be done alone. I believe LRSD can rise to this challenge. In 1957, Little Rock stood on the world stage with 9 courageous students who integrated Central High. Our governor at that time opposed them, but that did not stop progress. That moment of bravery is still remembered across the globe. Now, decades later, we face a different kind of giant. Supporters of vouchers have no problem being loud. They have no problem being bold. Why should we, who believe in the power of public education, be timid? Why should we whisper about our love for our children when they shout lies about who we are? This is our moment to stand tall This is our moment to be proud and to put the future of public school children at the center of every decision. History remembers those that showed up with courage, and I believe that we can be those people again. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Stagger, Ms. Stagger.
She left.
Is she late?
Yeah.
Okay.
She probably thought that it was the same as she.
Okay. All right. And then there was another Stagger, it appears, that was with, perhaps they were together, both gone? Okay. All right, and then Lori. You just signing it? We appreciate you signing it, okay? Compliant, okay, we appreciate it, okay. You are here, present and accounted for, okay? Denise Morrison, you would like to speak. Come on up. Hello.
We meet again.
What are you guys doing this evening?
Just fine.
So I'm gonna put my timer on for myself.
All right.
And y'all said 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I just wanted to kind of like come and just talk about some of the things that we spoke about. One of those things were when we were going over the PowerPoint, I don't remember what slide, but there is a point where you guys say that y'all don't necessarily have a plan when it comes down to the non-traditional version of what hall would look like, if that's what I believe you guys have said. A few of us have said that this feels very rushed. One person in particular besides myself is Director Kathy Webb. She also voiced her views on that. Tuesday at the parent meeting, I feel like there was like a laundry list of things that it just seemed like the plan was just not all the way put together. One of those things, go ahead.
To the point where we didn't get a chance to finish the meeting. The PowerPoint didn't stop. There was a presentation presented, and it didn't finish because we had questions that were unanswered. So we had several different breakout conversations.
Which was very effective. It was
We
very
appreciate
effective. One of those topics was ninth grade being closed. And then ninth grade and 10th grade potentially being closed next year. But then the following school year, open it back up and saying, hey guys, you guys can have 9th through 12th now, but we need to see how we're gonna do this population. I feel like that's a double-edged sword. You're kind of like pushing people out and then say, hey, wait on standby, one day possibly we'll let you guys back in, and then thinking that everybody's just gonna funnel back. That's not building stability, there's no trust there. So I feel like that's also gonna bring things down. Moving on.
Another thing that was brought up, the first rationale for recommendation, the recommendation is to close, and Ms. Hatter corrected me, Hall has had a couple of different names. But the first point on the PowerPoint says, it is not financially, operationally feasible to operate a traditional high school with fewer than 200 students, So with that being said, the point is, why are there 200 students there? But also, what does it look like to create a space where students can be there? So they brought up recruitment, they brought up other things.
Putting Hall back in the school zone.
Are we
that might
speaking
help.
together? Are you all sharing this 3 minutes?
Yes,
Is that what I hear you say?
yes.
Okay.
No, I'm standing in support, go ahead.
Okay.
keep
So
Is that
there-
yes or is that a no?
No, that's a yes.
Okay.
Well, however.
I mean,
But anyway, like we said, things like putting it back, like putting Hall back in the school zone. Like y'all took it out, y'all took Hall out and then turned around and was just like, hey guys, still get that population there. And a lot of that is unfair. I'm pretty sure that may not have been done intentionally, but it happened. We're done. Oh, and one last thing. I believe we spoke about the meeting that you had, and a lot of those students there, they felt intimidated, they felt abandoned. Like I said, you were there and you did the best that you could with students that you had never met, but a lot of those students were not comfortable because they felt like no one was there for them that is there with them. And unfortunately, the majority of those students had games tonight or practices, so they couldn't be here. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure when you come back and revisit, they'll be there so that y'all can discuss that matter further. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Ms. Morrison. Ms. Morrison? Oh, that was Ms. Morrison, okay, I'm sorry, though. But I think I have another sheet. Okay.
He asked to
Okay.
take her time.
Who asked
May I
to
take
take
her
her
time?
time? Okay, so this is
up
what,
there, unless she stays there.
no, what we'll do is, we can add you, okay?
Thank
Tell
you.
me your name, sir.
Darius
Okay.
Kennebrew.
Darius.
Kennebrew. Yes, ma'am.
All right, come on up, Mr.
Thank you,
Fisher.
appreciate it. First of all, I want to thank the board
I'm sorry.
for the time. Go ahead,
Hold on
ma'am.
1 second, just 1 second, dear. Yes. Mr. McGee, would you like to be added as well? Okay. And let me just clarify something, Mr.
Yes,
Darius.
ma'am.
So I have Hall High Alumni Association as an entity. Is there an individual, I'm sorry, is there an individual that would like to speak for Hall High Alumni Association?
I'll do that.
Is that you? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
perfect, all right. And then Ross Martin is just in and of himself, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay, I got you, all right, okay. Darius?
Thank you. One, I want to thank you guys for the time, extended time. I want to thank, first of all, the different board members. I got to meet Ms. Anna Strong. We had a great conversation. She came and showed up. We had a great conversation about our views and our thoughts about the future. So I appreciate you because she represents the area that Hall is in, even though there's not zone. She represents that. So thank you. Also, while I was on the Big Dam Bridge walking, I got to meet Greg Adams, and we had a great conversation, 15 minutes, and talked about opinions and perspectives. Lastly, I appreciate Ms. Hatter and Mr. Wright for just open to conversation and perspective. My biggest thing and biggest push as it relates to Little Rock School District is clarity, consistency, and being concise. So when it relates to clarity, number one, the PowerPoint that you presented, if I'm expected, if I'm a taxpayer, and I support students, you have my nephews here today who are part of Little Rock School District. If you are presenting a plan, I need it to be clear. The PowerPoint that was presented on Thursday was not clear. And when we say it's not clear, we go with specificities. The first one was this. When it relates to statistics, it talked about the numbers, about why students were at the school, I guess. My question was that, isn't concerned with that, is because of the level of the lack of recruitment for the school to bring the school to a particular enrollment number. And I think that's important when you have other schools that are overpopulated and maybe students could work best in a smaller learning environment. That's the first point. So secondly, as it relates to even capacity, when I'm looking at capacity of the school, it alarms me if you want to create and build a new school when you have, case in point, a sign at the school right now that says administration that's new, but you have hallways that aren't painted, that the students are currently using. The administration building that's using the 600 wing right now, where I was a freshman at, looks pretty immaculate considering the building's age. But the hallways are not that same way that our students walk. So whatever decision you make is your decision. However, I feel it's a very important point. Considering that a lot of board members and a lot of board seats will be open and people are watching in the community, what are you voting for? What information are you creating in a strategic, tangible plan to execute? And lastly, how can we trust you if you are doing what you are doing now? Some things you have worked on, I respect you moving back and forth. Some things that you are working on are very good. It's very good. However, when we had our questions and concerns, even at our meeting on Thursday or Tuesday, we had so much pushback from the administration of this district and not necessarily the board, but we had that because of questions we specifically had. So we asked about a statistic of a number or a recruitment. Can we see a file for a particular situation or thing? We didn't get that information. And so lastly, I will ask this. When you are making your decision, I think it's important to have a local public school with sports that students can attend. Secondly, I think it's good to have an open, candid conversation with the community. And I believe because we were able to push that. And then lastly, I think that as we celebrate the amount of years from the students who integrated Little Rock Central High School, black students going to school that they were close to. It's interesting that we are having a vote about students who are at a black and brown school, and we're thinking about closing on the same day. I hope you have a great evening. I hope you make a great decision. We're here to support you. We're here to push you. And we're here to ensure that our students and the future of our city and school district is efficient. Thank you.
Ms. McGee.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Right. I will try to be brief. So, to the board members and Dr. Wright, thank you. First of all, thank you for your service to this community and for the difficult decisions that you face not only tonight but on a daily basis. As you deliberate on the future, on Hall West School's future, I ask that you remember something very fundamental. Behind every budget line and every policy change, behind every reform proposal are real people whose lives are deeply affected by your decisions. Think about the student who walks through our doors each morning, despite facing challenges at home because she knows her teachers believe in her potential. Consider the parent who works 2 or more jobs but never misses a PTSA meeting, trusting us with their most precious gift. Remember the teacher who has spent 25 years perfecting his craft, giving up his lunch sometimes to tutor students who need extra help, not because he has to, but because he cares. These people have created something remarkable together. Hall West now ranks in the top 7% of all Arkansas schools for supporting students who struggle with English language arts. We're #1 in the district for growth in science, #1 for college and career readiness. We lead LRSD in multiple other major categories, not through luck, but through the dedication of people who refuse to give up on any child. All of this has been accomplished with almost 40% of our students having individualized educational plans. These aren't just statistics in a report, they're proof of what happens when a community of people comes together with a shared mission and vision. Hall West isn't just a building, nor is it a budget item. It's where dreams take root, where young minds discover their passions, and where dedicated educators pour their hearts into shaping tomorrow's leaders. I'm not asking you to ignore fiscal realities. What I am asking is when you cast your vote, please remember that the true measure of education isn't found in spreadsheets. It's found in the faces of the people who walk our halls every day, learning, teaching, and growing together. Whatever you may decide, remember, schools are made of people, and people deserve our very best consideration. Thank you.
All right. Ross Martin.
Hello.
Hello.
How are y'all doing this evening?
We're
I'm doing pretty good. So my name is Ross Martin. I'm an 11th grader at Hall West High School of Education. I started out my freshman year at Little Rock West High School, and now I have been at Hall for my 10th grade year, my 11th grade year, and hopefully to be my 12th grade year. I come to talk to y'all today because as someone who has moved schools a lot throughout elementary school and middle school, I'm not trying to do that for my high school education, because nobody should have to go through that sort of change in their 4 years of high school. Not once, not twice, not any times. But there has not really been a plan, a visible plan from the start. The original completion date for the Little Rock West building was going to be about 1 year. Then it got pushed back more years. It got pushed back a few more years after that. We were told we were going to be able to stay in the Little Rock West building during its completion, but then we were told that we would have to move out. And whenever I drive by the Little Rock West building, I see no reason why we can't be there, because there is being no visible change to the original building. So I'm coming to y'all today to ask to see me, to see my peers, not as a statistic, but as a person. We are students. We know what's happening. So I please ask y'all to consider me, consider my friends, consider my teachers, consider my principal, consider my security guards, consider my school police officers whenever y'all cast y'all's vote. Thank y'all.
All right, am I overlooking anyone? Overlooking anyone? All right, thank you so much. All right. All right, so we're going to move forward to Certified PPC 4.1.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and everybody who's here.
Good evening.
Just bringing forth my PPC report. Yesterday, the Compensation Committee, we actually had our first meeting. We kind of just looked over the budget, see what we have, what we don't have, what we need, what we don't need, that sort of thing. So we're scheduled to meet again next month, and we'll kind of keep you posted on that. Also, on Monday, the small PPC committee will begin meeting to begin the board policy on the classified language as well. So we'll meet all day, beginning on Monday, to start coming up with language for classified. Next month at our October meeting, we will seat our new PPC members. And we still have some positions available for Fair Park, Forest Park, Hamilton, J. Fair Middle School, McDermott, Metropolitan, and Rockefeller. So if those of you in TV land, if you're at those schools and you're interested in being a PPC representative, you can email or give me a call. Just to follow up from last month's board meeting, we did get the duty situation eventually taken care of. And unless you have specific questions, I may just leave it like that.
Questions? Board? Thank you.
Is there anything that like anything you wanted us to pay close attention to, or is there any type of anxiety or anything there?
Of course, there's been anxiety. I just want to say that the situation was not a PPC fault. It was an HR situation. And we have talked to those schools, and the situation has been handled, but I'm not necessarily proud of the way it was handled. So that's why I just, at some point, I don't like to bring forth business on this type of platform, but I do feel like the PPC does need an apology because our concern had gone on for weeks, and that is the bottom line. And we had one more school that the same thing was happening, but it's been taken care of as well. But I do think the PPC does need an apology.
And of course, I try not to be the only one lifting up these heavy topics, but that's why I was deciding if I was just going to see whether I was going to say anything or not, because I always speak on these type of topics. But who would the PPC expect a apology to come from?
HR.
And this has been an ongoing situation. So at bare minimum, at least the board should be able to hear that grievance, because, and it's not a grievance in a technical term, but at least if we're always talking about, and we created $1 million department with salaries and operation about wellness, but we constantly hear the PPC talk about as one claimed it a couple years ago, mental healthness because of the anxiety and the professional trauma that our educators are going through. And then we expect them to go in the classroom and educate kids and expect it not to transfer over. At some point, somebody got to say something other than Vicki Hatter. And to where the board is setting a tone to where it trickles down into our W-2 staff. But I think everybody knows where I stand on this, but other members up here. In Little Rock, you do have an opportunity to replace all of us, really. But somebody needs to say something, because this workforce that we have, it have gone into a survival mode. PPC have been saying it for a long time, and we cannot expect it not to affect our students and families that come into these buildings. We just heard a mom come up here talking about a campus level issue at a district level, or excuse me, a board level, that is potentially going to go to the state, when state law is very clear about early graduation. So the board needs to reset and set a tone to where certain things are not tolerated, that like this, members of this board have allowed to go on for a long time now.
So we appreciate you bringing that, and it sounds like you're addressing it specific to where you're asking for that to come from. So we appreciate that. Thank you for sharing.
So is it gonna
that.
come?
We appreciate that. So any other questions?
I just have a
Yes.
comment. I understand what you just said, but have you reached out to HR? And
I have.
And so you did let them know how you felt?
I have.
Okay, so you
And
have done.
I've had a personal apology. But again, I do think the PPC needs one as well.
Okay, so.
And at the end of the day, the bottom line is, it's just that the wrong statement went out to the leaders.
Okay.
And I did, my own fact finding, and I found out where the information came from. I don't think that the information was said to undermine, but the information was said. And it just caused too much chaos. And it caused chaos for me personally that I'm just not going to say on this platform today. But that whole situation caused a lot of people a lot of chaos, especially when the language was very, very clear about secondary. And so I'm just hoping moving forward that nothing like this happens again, because I love working with everybody. And as Greg has heard me say lots of times, nothing is ever personal with me, because 99% of the concerns, they don't bother me. Because I'm like a chameleon. I can work in any environment with anybody and not have a problem. So anytime that I'm standing here, it's for other people and not even for me. And so again, I'm a leave it at that. But I am disappointed in what has happened, because again, I get calls and I get text messages, and people did work those weeks doing the duty that they shouldn't have been doing. So I'm just gonna leave it like that unless you have additional questions.
We appreciate you bringing it to our attention. Any other questions? Okay. Is there, hold on. Are there any other, did I hear somebody down here? I'm sorry.
Okay. I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about. None. And if this is going to be brought up into a public forum, this is something that should have come to the board before now about that. And like apparently something went on that I have no idea what it is.
Well, you were here last month when I brought up the concern about the duty pay.
What's that?
Yes, you were.
They're working and they're not getting paid, which
We have been working the first 3 weeks because a directive had went to certain middle schools that secondary teachers would be doing duty. And I
Okay.
brought that last month. And then after I said what I said, that's when Vicki said it sounded like an HR issue and to reach out to them, and that's what I did.
So what you're saying to us today is not really to us. It is making a statement that you feel that HR owes you all a personal apology.
I think so.
And you really have that right. But the way it was presented, now, I wasn't here 2 weeks ago, but it happened in August, perhaps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I was here. And I do remember now that you have made me remember. But I didn't know how that was resolved. Personally, I didn't know. No one said anything how it was resolved. So, as a board, what did you want us to do?
I'm just giving you my monthly report.
That's all.
That's it.
I got you.
And I think I heard her just indicate that she felt like there, the committee was due an apology, that she received a personal apology, and so that's well taken. I think that, we recognize that that would go then back to that individual or that, to HR, if you will, that department, and go from there to address it. Is there any other questions or comments?
You have something? Mine's are gonna be pretty quick. If again, you guys have an opportunity to replace all of us. So you bring the PPC and others have brought concerns to this board. And we sit here, members sit here like, okay, well, they brought it, they can go back to the person that caused the injury without any resolve. And we just keep playing this yo-yo, which I still stand by what I said initially. We might as well have an advisory board if members of the board continues to not operate within its vein and its authority, and we hear our staff continuously talk about the injury that's happening in the downline. So we do evaluate one employee, but we hire all 3,000 employees. So we do have an obligation to ensure that there's follow-up when injury is being levied at the board because it have not been taken care of at the point of injury. And if the point of injury is an authoritative figure, if I go and tell the judge that the judge hit me, and you go tell me to go talk to the judge, you can't. Where is the reconciliation and all of that's going to come? So the problem is we have cancer in this board, which is why we see it throughout the district. So at the end of the day, we could sit here and we could see the pain on the president of the PPC's face. We could hear the pain in her voice, and although she says, I don't take it personally, obviously there's some personal injury because we see the emotion. So, I will yield. Then I heard what my colleague said is that she expressed a concern. She received a personal apology. She believes that there's a PPC as a group need a policy, apology, and the board is basically telling you to go back to the person of injury to get your apology, and we don't want to know whether or not you got it or not, or whether or not you are prepared.
I didn't hear that being said. So what I heard being said was that you addressed the issue personally. It was addressed and received, and there was some resolve there. However, there continues to need to be some resolve, and so my hope and at least feeling is that since there was some resolve to begin, perhaps that will continue. So if there is not, then there is an opportunity to follow up with us. So thank you for the information.
Wait a minute, I need to say something. I need to say
Was there something else? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I want you to understand that the board does care.
Absolutely.
But you have to understand something too. All of us don't get the same information at the same time. And so we respond to what we receive.
Absolutely.
We care. We know that there's a protocol. We know that there's a chain of command. So don't ever think that we don't. Anybody that's listening to me, don't ever think that your board don't care. But I can tell you this, if one person get the information and the other 8 don't, then that's the one person that's gonna respond because we don't know. So I don't respond to something that I'm not aware of, or I hadn't received the email, or you hadn't asked me to look into. So we need to just stop saying that the board don't care, because we do. And you're absolutely right. You can re-elect the whole board, and that is your right. But let me tell you something. I'm trying to do what's right. If you send me an email and say you're having a problem, I'm gonna send it to the superintendent. I'm gonna let the superintendent handle it, because when we get involved in it, 9 different people, you're gonna have 9 different this and that, and I don't do that. So what I'm saying to you, I understand, I do empathize, you have spoken, and I'm pretty sure somebody in the room has heard you, and they're probably gonna reach out to you. Okay, so don't ever feel that we don't care. But let me say this to you: if you're gonna address one board member, you need to address them all. If you're gonna send one email,
I haven't addressed any board member.
oh, well, there again, some people get the information and we don't. Just remember that. But we do care.
Any of you all about it, to be honest.
But
we appreciate you speaking today.
Well,
Yes, Mr. Bob. Mr. Rose, I'm sorry. I'm always doing that. I don't know.
Rose and Bolly.
I don't see it. I mean,
Racial, I have no idea.
all right.
Both of you, okay?
Nearly everything that Director Johnson said was what I wanted to say, but there are a couple of things that I need to add to it to make sure they get emphasized. I love the school district, or I wouldn't be back for this second round of it 20 years later. And Director Hatter said, we have one employee that we supervise. The rest of you are ours too, in the sense of we're trying to create a situation where you can teach the kids.
Absolutely.
That's what we're here to do.
I'd like to.
We've spent a lot of time on this after you said you wanted to just leave it. That's why I didn't speak up until now. You said you wanted to leave it.
I said what?
That you wanted to leave this matter. You said you wanted to, those words you used.
Unless there was a question.
Unless there were questions.
Yeah, unless there were questions.
When I sit here and hear things that I don't need to have anything to do with, I don't need to micromanage this district, and none of us do. It's not what we're supposed to do.
Not what we're supposed to be doing.
That's not what we're doing.
When somebody says they need an apology from somebody, they don't need it from us. And so we can't vote to tell somebody you need to give an apology. If the superintendent hears what he thinks he hears here, if he hears, I need to get up to somebody and get this straightened out, then he does. If he doesn't hear that, if there's not a bunch of people saying that sort of thing to him, then, it's his responsibility, and we can decide whether we agreed with him or not.
Okay, I'd like to say one more thing, and I'll be through.
Mr. Rose, are you complete? All right, Ms. Calloway.
Sweetheart, you know I know your name. My confusion was the complete confusion. Yes, I was here when that came up, and I'm sorry that it worked out like that, but what I resent is the implication that nobody on the board cares. That was said.
Not by me, though.
No, not by you.
Oh,
not by you, baby, because you should know me better.
Absolutely.
I resent that because that's the reason why I even asked the question, what's going on here? Okay, but it was implicated that the board, we just let only some certain people just care and the rest of us don't. That's not true. I wouldn't be sitting here
I
if I didn't care.
had an inkling that I know all of you all care, because y'all just like me, you don't get a check for doing this. Okay? So I know we're all here because we want to be here.
Don't even get any ego boost out of it, because most of the time it goes in the other direction.
I'm just saying that, yes, the PPC, we were hurt, like I said, when we found out about, we were trying to figure out, where did this come from, about us having to do this duty thing? Once I found out where it came from, I spoke to the person about it. They apologized to me, but at the same time, I just feel like that there should be an apology to the PPC, because again, over these last several weeks, it has been hard for some of us. And that's what I said, and that's what my time is for when I get up here to make a board report about what has happened in the PPC. And that is what I have done today. And I don't mind answering any questions about it, but again, it has been a pretty hard situation. And again, I don't take things personal, because I'm going to continue to work with everyone in good faith, as I have always done.
And we appreciate the report.
We do.
And I think that what you just said and what you said 15 minutes ago or so is the exact same thing.
Right.
And so what I just would love to emphasize is that we can go, what we generally do is go round and round and round and say the same thing. And so what I would love to do is to just be concise and say, and I appreciate you bringing it to us. You know that we stand in support of you, and that's why you said it. Because we do. So the right thing should happen. If it does not, please follow up, and that's it.
And that's it.
I mean, it doesn't need to go on into all of these pieces.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, the
just-
PPC, we're just ready to move on.
Yeah, I agree.
We're ready to move on.
Okay.
Mr. Bali had his hand up.
Oh, Mr. Ball, I'm sorry, Mr. Bali.
Thank you for being here and giving your report. You don't know this, but I was speaking very highly of you a couple of weeks ago when recommending that someone at the school that you're employed with come to you about an issue that I felt like could be worked together better if you collaborated with it.
Yes.
And so,
And they reached out.
yeah, so I'm glad they did. But I appreciate you and thank you. I was unaware as well, but I think the one thing I just wanted to say is I think we can do a better job as a board modeling the way that the working relationship should be, so that the whole entire community and our school district can see that this is how you work together, whether it's in the classroom or the administration. And so that's what I'll commit to, and thank you for what you do as well.
And I like your hairstyle.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you so
all.
much.
You're welcome.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move forward to 5, approval of the consent agenda. The chair will
Madam President.
I'm sorry? Yes.
There are 2 items on the consent agenda I'd like to pull down.
Say what now?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, skip,
Oh,
sorry.
I'm so sorry. We were thinking that there was no student advisory committee. I'm sorry. Student advisory. I'm so sorry. Especially a student advisory. No, no classified.
Well, good evening, board.
Good evening.
Mr.
My name is Tony Hayar. I'm a member of the Student Advisory Board, and I'm from Central High School. I'm currently in the 10th grade, and I'm here to give a report on what we've been doing these past couple months. Okay, good evening, board members, superintendent, and people in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update on the Student Advisory Board's recent work. At our meeting on May 2nd, which was last year, we took a close look at the district's code of conduct. We all agreed that it needs to be revised, creating both a streamlined quick reference version and a more detailed one for those requiring full information or more broader response. We also discussed ways to increase awareness and understanding of the code among both students and staff. Because if expectations aren't clear, it is tough to foster and present a positive school climate. We highlighted the importance of ongoing teacher training, especially regarding the modern definition of respect and the recognition of diverse learning styles. Today's student body is more varied than ever, and we believe our curriculum should reflect that diversity, keeping students engaged in the material relevant. We highlighted the importance of ongoing. A key agenda item was proposed, which was a cell phone policy, set to be implemented this year. We provided student feedback emphasizing that while structure is important, consequences for policy violations should be fair and not overly harsh. For example, we recommended restorative practices and educational approaches for first-time infractions rather than immediate in-school suspensions. As we know, disconnecting a student from a positive learning environment instead of actually addressing the issue is extremely inconvenient. We also stress the importance of increased mental health resources, particularly as students adjust to these changes. Additionally, we express a strong interest in establishing a student representative position on the school board. We believe having the student input at the decision-making level will ensure our perspectives are consistently considered. During our recent September 4th meeting, we welcomed new members and set clear goals for the year. We reaffirmed our commitment to providing ongoing feedback on the Code of Conduct and began planning impactful student-led events such as the Legislative Summit. We also explored alternative disciplinary approaches, including restorative practices like the teen court, which we believe can make discipline more constructive and less punitive. To keep the board informed, we discussed providing monthly student reports at future meetings, ensuring a continuous and authentic student voice within the district's governments. We also like to let you know that we are interested in having another leadership summit, similar to the one 2 years ago at the Capitol. In summary, the Student Advisory Board is dedicated to advocating for fair, supportive, and relevant policies. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with district leadership and ensuring that every student's voice is heard and valued. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to your district and its students' engagement.
Thank you. Are there any questions, board? Any questions? Thank you so much.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
What's your grade point?
My GPA? My GPA is currently a 4.0 unweighted.
All right.
Unweighted. All right.
Unweighted.
And you also a tiger, right? Yeah.
Any more questions?
Thank you. You did
Any
a
other
good-
questions?
you did
He
a
said,
really
any
good
other
job.
questions? Here's what he said. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right,
Now then,
yes.
it has been the board's practice for us to, for members to just ask to have consent agenda items removed. That's what I'm doing. We need to remove, I'd like to remove, not a need, 5.3 and 5.6 for discussion immediately after the consent agenda vote.
I think I have concerns about removing 5.3. We've removed it previously. We've had it presented in the agenda meeting prior to this meeting, and so I'm just concerned that we continue to discuss it.
Mr. Kazay, have you earmarked taking things off the consent agenda? Is that what you were marking just a second ago?
It's not. All right, okay. I rescind it. I just think it's redundant. I rescind it.
It's hardly redundant considering some of the things that I've heard.
Well, okay, I rescind it.
All right.
All right.
Consent, please proceed. Come back to me when it's time.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Right, I entertain a motion.
Yeah, I can. I move that the LRSD Board of Education approve the consent agenda items as follows. 5.1, personnel changes. 5.2, community service learning applications. 5.4, food corps 25 to 26. 5.5, purchasing reports.
Okay, it's been moving properly. Second, that the LRSD Board of Education approves consent agenda items as follows. 5.1, personnel changes. 5.2, community service learning applications. 5.4, food corps 25 through 26. And 5.5, purchasing reports. Any questions? No, it's a consent. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, so, go ahead.
Go to 5.3 then.
Yes, sir.
That's the 7 Yellow Mornings contracted services proposal.
Yes, sir.
I brought it off the consent agenda because I believe that there are, well, I've heard from the public, I've heard from the private, I've heard from here, there, and yon, that there's some resentment and to the salary, to the financial portion, not call it salary, to the our end of the contract. And there are individuals who, I believe, are sitting on this board who would not approve it. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Any other comments or questions, discussion about 5.3? Well, anybody else, any other comments or questions?
I mean, I would move that we approve item 5.3, 7 Yellow Mornings Contracted Services Proposal.
And I'll second that. And now
Okay,
we have
it's been moved and
discussion.
properly, I'm sorry.
More discussion now, I
Okay,
think.
it's been moved and properly second that we approve the 7 Yellow Mornings Contracted Service proposal. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Discussion.
Ms. Callaway had her hand up for
Oh,
discussion.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Y'all be skipping me, I
I'm so
know.
sorry. I think it's his fault. I just can't see. It's my eyes. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Ms.
I've heard from quite a few people, and as a former educator and a lifelong learner and a lifelong teacher educator who is certified in several different areas, the objection they wanted that, and I agree with them, they wanted some more information on how the person that was getting this done was certified to teach. Now, it could be broken down in a lot of different ways, and I was not here when you all had the agenda meeting, and y'all cut me off. I couldn't see you. But I wanted to know, how does that break down? That 80,000, the 80,000, is that for, is that salary, or is it insurance, or is it, whatever. They raised these with me, and I understood that because, personally, when I started teaching, it was $7,200, and then you're gonna get somebody, I don't know if she's certified in all these areas or whoever is going to be doing this, but it has been raised. Not just by me. They said it to me, sent me emails and text messages and phone calls. And I couldn't answer them.
Okay.
I
So
do
you'd
not
like
know.
someone
I need
to speak to that.
I need someone to speak to that.
Okay.
Like, if I'm making $7,200 a year, and back then they used to pay our insurance without us having to pay any because we couldn't even afford to live if we did. But the certification issue, I think that the program sounds good, but the whole problem was the amount of salary.
Okay.
Okay?
So I will attempt to address your questions and concerns. So number one, the licensure certification issue is not necessarily relevant in this particular case because the person who's providing the services is not the teacher. There is a teacher of record in the classroom. And so this person is just providing supplemental services to the ALE program. And so there's no licensure requirement. She's not the teacher of record. She's not responsible. As we discussed the last time, there was a breakdown document that showed what the teacher's responsibilities are and then what the services that the contractor is providing. Secondly, I think people are comparing salaries as if this is an individual, this is a group. So I want to point out that 7 Yellow Mornings is not just one person. If you looked at the proposal, there are other guest artists and other people who will be a part of this as well. Right. Number three, when you look at, I know there were some comparisons to a beginning teacher salary and the $80,000 amount. Mm-hmm. What people need to also understand that salary, a teacher salary, and when you add in other benefits, retirement, health, all the different contributions that we make to an individual salary, that taxes, that is bigger than whatever the salary is. Mm-hmm. With a contractor, that person, we don't take out taxes, they don't pay, they're responsible for paying their own taxes they have to file, they have to do all those different things, and so it's two different types of amounts. No insurance, like liability insurance, those are things that the individual, the sole contractor, has to take out of whatever the amount that they're getting. So this isn't just for a person, this is for, just like we contract with other groups, there's more than one individual that could be working and that would be, compensated for this.
I think that really does answer the question, because we're thinking, people are looking at, that's the salary.
Right.
And you really,
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, it's been moved and properly second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. I'm sorry, any opposed? Because I'm kind of, okay. The motion carries. Kind of wild. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're going to move on to the other.
6.
Six of them.
That's the donations of property, and while I suggested it last time, apparently I was declined, so I'm going to read the donations to make sure these people hear their thanks going out.
Okay.
Sam Fuller has donated $1,000 to the Central High Volleyball team. Comprehensive Health Psychology and Testing, $1,000 to the Central High Volleyball team. Wayne and Pamela Culp, $1,000 to the golf team. Had to look for where the zero was. Corey and Brooks Montgomery, $500 for Central Football. R.M. White, $50 for Central Football. My screen went off. T. Rich Dream Believe Work Foundation Incorporated, and I may not be accenting that right. Donation of hygiene products for students at J.A. Fair. Matthew and Amy Lewis, $300 for incentive and materials for staff and faculty members to McDermott. Restoration Ministries Christian Fellowship, whom we acknowledged earlier as a new partner. Donation of $500 to help students purchase books at the book fair at McDermott. Carrie and Melissa Stockdale, $400 for incentives and materials for staff and faculty members at McDermott. An anonymous donor gave $3,000 for football items at Southwest, and Rainwater Holton Saxton gave $1,000 for AP Physics and Chemistry to cover lab supplies at Southwest.
Very good. Okay.
Was it your request that we actually list them out was that what you asked for?
He did ask.
Yeah, I just wanted them to be read.
Okay.
I don't know how that was an oversight. I think it was just an oversight.
We used to do it, and it makes more sense to do it because there's nobody at home sitting with the agenda in their hands, and the people who are listed there probably want to hear their names, or they might want to. They might make them feel a little better.
It's no problem. We appreciate it, and I think it's great. Yeah.
Just as another piece of information, when from 2010 to 15, at least when we had a student representative on the board, that was their responsibility. Responsibility that they would read the donation.
That's what we did back then too. Back before that.
That's cool. Okay, so Chair will entertain a motion.
I move we accept these donations of property to the LRSD.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second that the LRSD Board of Education approve the agenda item, donation of property. Any question or other comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, so we're going to move forward to 6.1.
Could I interrupt just a second to say something out loud?
Yes.
Mr. Bailey, I've seen you do this before. Could you come up here and make it cooler in here?
Yes.
He usually goes over there sometime in the meeting and does it up or down, and it's getting pretty hot up here.
All right, we're going to go ahead with school grades overview. Who's my point person on this?
We have two of our three amigos or amigas or amigo. Two of our three assistant superintendents who are going to come up and give an overview of our school grades. This is Dr. Bradshaw's assistant sup for networks 2 elementary and middle schools, and Dr. Cooper, assistant superintendent for network 3, which includes all of our priority elementary and middle schools.
And some important information will be shared, guys, and we really want to make sure that we give you our attention and our focus. And I know we're about at an hour and a half now, so if you guys will work with me to just make sure that we focus on this type of thing. versus other things that perhaps can be a distraction. So I just want to kind of put that out there because this is so important. I want to make sure we do that.
Oh, Dr. Lauren is on Zoom? Oh, well, all three are
Perfect.
here.
Yes.
First of all, let us say that thank you all for giving us the opportunity to talk about our schools and the growth and the things that we've kind of got planned. And we're going to walk through a slideshow here and then hopefully be able to answer any questions if you guys have some.
Those stripes are really
I know. They're really, I know. I may need to sit down.
I know. Are you able to see Dr. Lauren?
Are you somewhere?
We can't
Yes.
hear you.
Yes, yes,
Are you able to see
sorry.
that?
All right.
Thanks.
I don't think the. Alrighty, so we're going to start off with some goals for today's presentation. We're going to review data from our current data since 2022, share some outcomes from this school year, from last school year, from 2025, highlight some growth areas and some challenges that, we're still working very hard with our leaders and all of our staff to make sure we get through some of those things. And definitely a wonderful part to celebrate a lot of the growth and significant improvement in doing the right work. So extremely excited about to showcase our schools.
I did not create
He
this.
did not. He did not. But definitely want to take an opportunity to celebrate our the hard work of all of our staff members on our campus. Alrighty, so here's a summary of our letter grades from 2022 to 2025, last school year, and you see how we've progressed and decreased in some areas. So definitely some celebrations here, but here's a summary over the years.
Can we just say out loud, like Director Rose was saying, that we've decreased our number of F schools by half in these 4 years? So I just wanted to say that aloud.
There'll be some other.
Okay.
Other presentations. Yes, well, there'll be some more celebrations too.
And here's just another way at looking at the data. This is a gains and losses chart from 24 to 25. And the accountability system is figured on achievement, growth for all students, the growth of the lowest quartile, and then your success-ready graduate score for the high schools. And so this is just another way of looking at our achievement gains, and then some areas where we'll talk about a little bit later where we know we can recognize we've got some work to do, and those are going to be the areas that we're really going to focus on. This is another comparative slide. This is our district versus the Arkansas Simulated School Rating, so it just kind of gives you a comparison of the number of A, B, C, Ds, and F schools across the state in totality, and then kind of how we rank in regard to percentages with the state in those scores.
Okay.
All right, so here we are with some celebrations. All right, so here we have Man Magnet Middle School. They have increased their overall score by 51.44 points. They were an F, and as you can see now, they are a letter grade of C.
Dr. Cooper, before we leave that, could you give us a context just for us and for the public of that 51.44?
Alrighty, so when you look at the growth that they have, they're broken up in different categories. So the first category that you see is achievement. So they had an increase in 5.30 in math. And then here you have growth for all of your students. So that's broken down in each category. So that's ELA and EOP growth, and then math. So that's growth for all of those students in those categories. And then here you have growth in the bottom quartile, and that is combined, a combined score of 23.91. So here's an opportunity for schools to really grow, because when they grow their students and also grow students in the bottom quartile, that's really double. So here's an opportunity where our students, it counts twice.
So growth of all students, but if you're in the bottom 25%, that bottom quartile, if you grow, then you count that twice.
And if students don't grow in that bottom quartile, it is counted twice.
It is counted twice, right.
So I guess it's proper to, I guess, Mr. Clayton was the principal at this time, or whoever was the principal would probably be considered a turnaround principal. So, and then if they took it from an F to a C, that is really, really good.
Well, let's go give a little deeper set of credit. It's the math teachers who
Oh,
really
yeah,
carry the
I mean,
weight.
well, of course, obviously, but too, we want to support the teachers as well as those that are leading the school, because apparently this would say that they are inside the classrooms, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, or maybe not, I don't know. But
And then also the support, I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Loring is on Zoom, but I definitely want to acknowledge the Network One team and their support that they provide to man, constantly in buildings, working in PLCs, so just doing that work and us all working together as a team to continually support schools. So kudos to everyone that is working to make sure that we do what's best for all of our students and teachers. Okay, so we can move to the.
Clicker is working?
The
Your clicker's not working?
acting up.
It's not, yeah, it wasn't.
It's acting
Now
up.
maybe I'm doing something.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. The next school to celebrate is Gibbs International Magnet. They had an increase of 85.9 overall points. And moved from a C to a B. And so the achievement was a combined score of 27.08. The growth for all was 21.86, but the growth for the bottom quartile was 36.96. So that is a huge shout out to Gibbs and the growth that they had this past year. The next one is Pulaski Heights. They had an increased score of total points of 73.41, and then in each one of those big three buckets is kind of what we call them when we're looking at this data. They had 24.05 for the combined achievement, 29.20 for combined score for growth for all students, and then the growth of the bottom quartile was 20.16. So big shout out to them.
Okay, and here we have Mapleville Elementary. They moved from an F to a D. So we want to definitely celebrate them. They had an increase in overall score, 61.78 points. And then, of course, the three categories, achievement. We had a lot of schools grow in science. So that was so excited to see that work happening across the district. So in their achievement, growth in science, and then growth for all students. You see that combined score as well, 32.75, and then the growth of the bottom quartile as well. So congratulations to Mapleville back there. And here we have Washington Elementary. They moved from the letter grade of an F to a D. So extremely excited about their growth, increase overall 37.07 points. So their two categories were growth for all students, specifically in math, and then the bottom quartile, they had a combined score increase 38.02. And J Fair. They also increased the letter grade from an F to a D. So we want to celebrate them and their overall score, an increase of 30.37 points, excuse me. And then growth for all students, there was a growth in math, and then growth of the bottom quartile. And here we have Marion G. Lacey, and definitely excited about their growth. So what some of our team were able to do, they took some of the data from baseline in Cloverdale and then looked at where those students were, because remember, Cloverdale, those students moved over to Lacey. And based on their rating and and Lacey's current rating, their score increased, and that growth was in the bottom quartile, specifically in math. So congratulations. And here we have two schools that we want to highlight, Brady and Stevens Elementary School. They had an increase in their overall score as well. Brady with 48.07 points, and then Stevens Elementary 41.42.
Then last but not least, two middle schools that also had significant growth that we wanted to recognize. Dunbar Magnet Middle School had an overall increase of about 24 points, and they saw growth also with the growth of the all students in the bottom quartile. And then the same thing for Pulaski Heights. Had a growth of 21.58 in math and science, both for all and then for the bottom quartile. So really excited that these schools are headed in the right direction and looking forward to what we'll be able to do for this upcoming year. It's me? Okay. All right, another chart, another way to look at this, and another way, actually it's a little celebratory slide, is this is the number of schools that had gains of 5+ points or more in each of those three big buckets that we kind of call them. So we had in ELA 2 schools that had increases of 5 or more points, which is it's a good jump, of 2 points in achievement, 6 in growth for all, and then 10 that jumped at least 5 points or more in growth of the lowest quartile. And then there were schools that had jumps that were really significant gains of 20 points or more, 2 in achievement, 4 for growth and all, and then 5 for growth of the lowest quartile. So that's trending in the right direction for sure.
And then, of course, we have some opportunities for growth, and then we're going to share more about some ways that we're going to continue that work within our network. I'm sorry, Ms. Smith. In the networks and working with school leadership and school teams. So if you can see, if you look here, you have a number of schools with a loss of 5 points, and then that's broken down. So there were 6 schools in achievement, 13 schools in growth for all, and specifically in ELA. And then, again, talking about the lowest quartile, there were 10 schools with 5 or more points. And then broken down for math, 3 schools, growth for all in math, 9 schools. And then growth of the lowest quartile, there were 9 schools that had a decrease in their points. And then that's the same for science. For achievement, there were 3 schools with decreases. Growth for all, 7 schools that had a decrease, and then 10 schools in the growth of the lowest quartile, 10 schools there. And then we have some other schools that had a decrease of 20+ points. So we really need to make sure that we are providing support and continuing the work. And again, you'll hear more from that. But there were 2 schools that had that loss in achievement, 5 schools in growth for all, and then 5 schools in growth in the lowest quartile.
So I think the thing that we really want to hone in on here is how are we going to address these challenges and the areas of decline, and then how are we maintaining the progress that that we have. So Dr. Cooper's going to talk a little bit about plan to address the decline in scores, and we've each looked at these, and all of us have looked, and the building leaders too, at their individual scores, so they know exactly where their data is and exactly kind of what we need to do. But in general, across the campuses, these are the things that we're looking at working on.
The first thing, we really want to look at growth for all of our students. So when we were talking about the bottom quartile, how are we addressing those students that need the most help in our schools? But then not just those students, but every student that walks in the doors in Little Rock School District, how are we addressing those needs? And one way we're going to do that is through small group instruction, ensuring that instruction is differentiated. All of our schools have win time, and that stands for what I need. So that is carved out in everyone's master schedule in K-5. In some middle schools, they have created, become very creative within their master schedules, either creating advisory or they have an abbreviated schedule to where they are addressing those needs on the middle school level. So the key to that, though, is progress monitoring. So while we are doing small group instruction, win time, we have to make sure that we're monitoring the data of our students. And when we monitor that data, how are we adjusting our instruction? So that's where the network teams come in and we support. Dr. Wright was able to join us on some walks yesterday, so we were glad to have him there. But we sat down with the leader to say, what are our next steps? How do we need to address, whether it's PLCs, having some of our content coordinators model in the classrooms, working with our instructional facilitators. What is it that we can do? But we're committed to making those adjustments as needed and working through those intervention times, but not just intervention, but also extensions. We want to make sure our students that come to us ready, we want to make sure that we're extending learning for them as well. So just making sure that we're differentiating instruction. Also, this year, our focus with our partnership with School Kit is math, and that is in alignment with the district's instructional practices as well, really affirming the student's identity. Who are you as a mathematician? So really creating that environment of community and learning in our classrooms. And then specifically in high school, Dr. Loring wanted to highlight continue that professional development and that growth, specifically in Algebra 1 and geometry teachers, continue the focus of HQIM, high quality instructional materials, and then targeted support for identified teachers, and then a focus on collaborative planning, and that's what I shared earlier about our PLCs. And again, we want to continue the emphasis with our district instructional practices. Last year we rolled out turn-in talks, quick writes, Senate stems, academic laps, and sort and stack. What is a sort and stack? What are academic labs? What's the turn and talk, Senate stems? Those are instructional moves that really allow our students to become more engaged in the classroom environment. So we want our students doing the heavy lift so that they are doing the learning and working together. So that is how we are working and ensuring that we provide that support for our teachers.
Another thing we want to do is really focus on the bottom 25%, our bottom quartile students. We have already identified who those students were, so that was done early, before school, right as soon as we could, even based on the raw data that we had. Those students were identified early by building, by grade, by teacher, so that we knew what kinds of supports to build into that student's day. Those differentiated, targeted supports that were aligned to math intervention plans and the intensive reading plans that we know that we have, that we can publish and make parents aware of, that we're progress monitoring using our screening data, K3 for reading, and our math data from the classroom. And also making sure that we are ensuring that intervention time and minutes are adhered and that they're followed and that we're being consistent and making sure that we're progress monitoring those documents and we're responding to point in time interventions. At the high school level, Dr. Loring also wanted us to point out that they are developing and implementing targeted Tier 2 interventions for high school math and literacy across the board. So once again, providing another layer of support for high school students in math and literacy, and with multiple at-bats to improve those skill deficits. Lastly, how are we planning to maintain and sustain the growth that we've had? It's really going to be done based on with a continued focus on strong Tier 1 classroom instruction, grade level instruction in conjunction with the appropriate use of high quality instructional materials. We also want to work with leaders to ensure that teachers are getting support and the quality feedback based on their practice, and that we are really using that coaching model to help improve teacher practice and therefore help improve student outcomes. And then lastly, looking at the continued use of data to drive the instructional decisions that we make at the classroom level, at the grade level, at the PLCs, but also at the building level, and making sure that we're responding to those student outcomes appropriately in the way that we support kids, also the way we support teachers, and then I think for us, the way we support leaders at the building. So.
Questions?
I have one question.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
You know, we want to use our volunteers effectively. And so you were talking about that 25% that you have to give that extra. So if you have volunteers that want to come in and help you with that 25%, what exactly would you have them doing, or who do they need to check in with, and what exactly would they be doing?
Well, I think it could depending on the school. It could depend on the time. There are a lot of factors there.
Okay.
But I know schools are always willing and wanting to have as many volunteers, as many hands as they can to assist. So I think it would really depend on availability and the specific needs of the school, what they've identified.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and we're really encouraged by the progress. I had two questions. One is, of all the results that came in, I'm curious about if you were surprised by good things or not good things, or the results that you got in.
I would actually say, because we have been monitoring and being very present in our schools and watching our data, our interim assessment data came out in February. So we were able, and when I say our interim data, I'm sorry, Atlas, our Atlas interim data. So we were able to look at the growth from the fall assessment, from the winter interim assessment to the spring interim assessment. And I will say there was one school in particular, we knew that they increased quite a bit. And the principal was very intentional about working with PLCs and really looking at the student work and what the students were doing and ensuring that it was at grade level. And that was one of the schools that actually moved a letter grade. But the principal's very intentional about providing that support for her teachers. Also, if you had new teachers in the building, novice teacher training, and ensuring that that was just continuous, but monitoring the classroom assessments, interim data. Sometimes we're able to, project to see what how some schools are going to perform. So it really did affirm some of the hard work that some of our leaders have done. So we were able to predict that some of our schools would really see growth just based on some of the actions that occurred.
So would it be fair to say then that because of the monitoring that you all had done and the close that these results were within line of what you were hoping and expecting? Or were there things that
I would
kind of
say
were
so.
outliers in that regard?
I don't think there were, I don't know, from my network, I don't think there were any huge outliers. I think we had a couple of schools where we saw some declines, that there were some things that happened. Teachers left at semester, or we had extended leaves where we had, those kinds of things can really affect a grade level. And if you've only got 3 classes and you don't have a teacher for 3/4 of the year or half of the year, those can have significant impacts on, and that's really a variable over which we have little control. But I do think because of the monitoring and being in the buildings and working with the principals the way that we do, I don't think we were really caught off guard. We were hoping that it might have been, in some cases, we might not have seen the dips that we did, but we really felt like that we probably would see some declines in some areas for a variety of factors.
Because of that, that's why we're, our intensity this year has really changed. Because we knew, we were like, okay, we kind of had an indication that this may happen. So what is it that we need to do and act, just with a sense of urgency and make sure that our principals have the support that they need. So, yes, even though it may not have gone the way we wanted it to, we now know how we need to address those concerns. And meeting with the principals consistently is really what helps, but us giving them that timely feedback. So we had to we've actually tightened some of our systems, how we report back to them and the feedback that they get. So just being reflective on all levels.
Thank you. One other question. On all of the schools that were wonderful that we highlighted and were able to affirm today, that there were not high schools. And is that because we had a harder time making that kind of progress at the high school level, or that the high school level was measured differently, or could you help us understand that?
Actually, there were some.
There were some. Dr. Loring may want to chime in. I don't know.
Can Dr. Warren hear? Now stop moving.
I know that there were, first of all, high school is always going to be more difficult to move than your elementary and middle schools.
Yeah.
Number one, there's just more components. But even beyond that, high schools get what elementary and middle schools, how they enter, and so they have a lot more to work from. But I do know that there were. I'm just thinking right offhand. The grad rates are the first thing that popped in my head. I know we had one.
That's what I wanted to.
Yeah.
Yes. That four-year adjused cohort graduation rate is higher than it was in 24. It's 1.05 higher. And then the merit and distinction of the higher graduation rate, almost 2% of those graduates earned merit or distinction, which means that they either had concurrent credit, they had 3 AP courses, they were considered a CTE completer, or they got the seal of biliteracy. So those are all positive things that are happening at the high school level.
Yeah. And I'm certainly don't want to reflect negatively, but I just trying to understand what that's like. Just a comment, I think many years ago, I think maybe Ms. Johnson and I may have attended a national school conference when we served together. And I remember hearing a presentation focusing on math that has stayed with me about how, as you move up the level, that if you don't have the strong foundation, but you keep going up a level and up a level, it's sort of like building multiple stories on a house. You might get away with the first few stories, but eventually the weight will not be able to sustain it. And I think about that in high school, that over time, if our high school students haven't had the foundation that we'd want them to have, that it's very difficult then to go. Is that fair, Dr. Wright, in the way you think of it?
Yes.
Okay.
There's an idea in mathematics education that there's a point at which this group of kids drops off. It might be at multiplication. It might be at fractions. It might be at calculus. But there's a point where you reach as good as you're going to get. And it's just where you are, like the Peter principle. You've been promoted past your level of competence. And there's not really a whole lot to do about that. It's just where the kids land. And if you've got a kid who really wants to be an academic mathematician and he can't manage Algebra 2, he's in for some disappointment. But he may not be able to handle much more than Algebra 2. It's not so much the fault of the instructors. In lots of things that we teach with mouths to ears. Mathematics is in here. It's taught in the brain, and it's hard to change things that are hardwired in. Sorry, interrupted.
Other questions? Yes, Mr. Ball.
I don't have a question, just a comment. So thank you for the presentation on the grades. From what I hear, it sounds like overall it's a lot of positive information about the growth of our schools. Just what I think about is retainment and recruitment as far as like numbers. Is there a way that we could publicize this positive information so that we can make an appeal to the community so that we not only retain those students but have more interest in these schools being attended and bringing enrollment numbers up if needed?
Yes, sir, we are.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Johnson?
I have one more comment. I noticed that you ladies use the PLC. So I know if you use PLC effectively, there will be a positive outcome. So most of our elementary schools, are they in a PLC learning environment?
Yes, ma'am.
They are?
Yes.
Okay.
Collaboratively once a week to plan together.
Oh, okay. That is so wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies.
And that's in all of our schools.
It is.
K-12.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, other questions or comments? Yes?
Is this is the second year of Atlas, right? I know that when things are constantly changing, it's hard to follow that, and I just want to say, give a shout out to that. I know that things changed a lot, probably, especially I think the high school piece with all of the post-graduation, like what are you doing post-graduation? And I know that takes a lot of work to develop some of the tracking systems and everything to really keep track of that. So I just want to say kudos. I also want to spend just a second, and I know test scores are what they are, But to give a shout out to all the other educators and staff who support kids in learning with art and band and all, just, I mean, all of the things, sports, all the things that make education beautiful and wonderful. And I know that this gets so much attention because it's how we're measured, and it's our job as board members to make sure this is going in the direction it's going. But I just want to make sure that we note that education is not just this tonight. So thank you. And also great job.
Thank you all so much, so much. All right, 6.2, high impact tutoring update. It's good, she's ready.
All righty. Thanks, let's see. Awesome. While Pam pulls that up, real quick, we are waiting. I was hoping I could come here today and tell you that we just got awarded a whole lot of tutoring money, but we haven't heard yet. We were supposed to find out on Tuesday. We're still waiting. So, but I do think it's important that you know what we applied for and what we're waiting to hear about. So that's what we'll spend the next little bit of time doing. So. You all know the opportunity. This will be our third year applying for state tutoring funds. Opportunity through the State Department to apply, get awarded. I think we've been awarded twice and feel good about being awarded a third time. We do our part to track data, monitor data, submit everything we're supposed to submit. So I think we're in good standing as far as that goes. But here are the four proposals that we submitted. So we have one around third grade literacy to target students who we know might be in danger of being retained. We have a middle school math proposal thinking about some of the gains that we had made this year on Atlas data and just trying to keep that momentum going. We have a high school algebra proposal for all the reasons you all just talked about, algebra and the importance of that for high school. And then finally, a smaller proposal around high school English language development and some thoughts and a pilot we want to do to think about how this kind of support might help kids grow in language development.
Well, I'd like to interrupt for just a second. What is the development there? What are you going to do to promote the English language development in high school?
Can I?
You got that on another thing? Okay.
No, that's
Sorry.
okay. I'll address that when we get to the side, Director. Thanks. So for ELA, we're looking actually to embark on a new partnership. We have had a few really solid years with a tutoring partner that we've worked with, and through our outcomes-based contracting process, it's time for us to explore a new opportunity. And so that's where we are with that. We are in current negotiations, but feel really, really good about On Your Mark as a vendor. They do have a Stanford University random control trial, which really just means that this has been vetted externally and impartially as a support that works for kids. Looking at 400 students, you can see all the details there. I think the thing to note here is this is one that we're working through the outcomes-based contracting model. So we've been doing this for a minute. We started in May, and we're going to make it happen. We're going to see this through. But just so everyone knows, I think what that means, just in short, is we start off with a 60% base payment. So, right, 60% of what it would cost to provide this tutoring for kids is what we call the base payment. That's what we're obligated to pay as the base. The other 40% we pay based on how our students reach the outcomes that we've identified. Right, so excited. We haven't done a contract like this before, which is part of the reasons why it's been a bit of a process. But I think on the back end, it's really going to tell us a lot about paying based on how our kids do versus paying based on the fact that we entered into a contract. So more to come. And I think as we finish negotiation here, you all will obviously see the full contract and get to see all the details. But just want you to know what that is. For middle school math, there is a partnership with Imagine Learning, the State Department, and actually Harvard. They are doing a study around the best tutoring models for middle school math kids. So we have the opportunity to have quite a large number of our students involved in this tutoring. And as Dr. Cooper and Dr. Bradshaw were talking about, and as you just saw in school grades, that bottom 25% of kids count twice, and that's a really positive opportunity for us to move a large group of kids that counts a whole lot in school grades, and obviously for the benefit of the children ultimately. But you can see what we've targeted. We've looked at a certain group of score ranges. Every single one of our middle schools has kids that have been identified for this support. Yeah, I don't know if there's more to say there. There's different models because remember it is a study. So they're looking at does a 1 to 2, does a tutor and 2 kids or does a tutor and 3 kids work better? So our kids will be in different kind of tutoring groups. But it will give us feedback as well as supporting this research study that Harvard is doing. They'll give us information back too around what the best size of a tutoring structure is. High school algebra, we have heard a ton of good things about Tutored by Teachers. I think Dr. Wright has several colleagues, superintendent colleagues who've worked with them that have seen really great results. They also have received some awards and identification from the National Student Support Accelerator that's out of Stanford, and they do a lot of independent vetting. And so they've identified Tutored by Teachers as a really, really strong tutoring vendor. So we've got 560 students, level 1 students. This is specifically targeting Little Rock Southwest students in that school. Want to give that team a shout out because they really advocated for being able to do this, and we've worked closely to get this submitted, and obviously are hopeful that we get to do this. Structurally, I think we've thought about in the block schedule for mathematics based on the fact that we're really targeting the entire algebra, all children who are registered for algebra. This would literally be the last 30 minutes of their block, which structurally very much streamlines things, right? Kids don't have to go somewhere else to get tutoring. Like it's just sort of built in and ready to be successful. And Director Rose, our English language development tutoring, 50 students across all 4 campuses. Actually, there's not a lot, between 10 and 13 students at each campus. And what the goal would be is through literacy tutoring, they're also working on specific language development, right? So working on students' ability to, the 4 domains of language, speaking, listening, reading, and writing, right?
I want to make sure this is clear too, that these are for English language learners.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I got that.
Yeah, thanks. We haven't done any tutoring like this specific to that population. I mean, of course, we have English language learners as a part of our math tutoring and other things, but this is really intentionally designed to be about language development through the content. Yeah. So happy to answer any questions and hope that I can return soon with good news about all 4 of these, but just wanted you to know what they are.
Questions? Yes. Dr. Calloway, have a question?
This is great. Okay. Do you think that you could possibly create an ad for publication by, I know, Democrat Gazette, the Times, about how much we've increased in certain areas, like we have done this by degrees or percentages? I remember a long time ago they did that, teachers in Little Rock were by degree. And that was really impressive. But I think like how this has gone up and the tutorial programs should be going up, maybe we might get some additional funding. Have you thought about doing an ad publicity?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like anything we can do. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing that. We definitely have sought out funding in multiple ways for different tutoring initiatives that we have. But yeah, definitely
And,
can explore
and,
that.
and then it would be maybe a positive push to bring students back. If they can actually see, because the other schools, they don't have to give this information out. And so we don't know what they're doing, but at any rate, I think an ad that could give this purpose would help in recruitment.
I have a question. I do believe it would help with recruitment, but for the numbers concerning the students, by March, that number, all those numbers should decrease. Were true or false?
You mean?
If you're tutoring now,
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
that's.
you're tutoring, and I see we're at 400
As
third
soon
graders.
as, so again, like we haven't been able to start any of this yet until we hear back from the state to tell us if these are all funded, right? If they are all funded, we will start as quickly as we can. I think one of the challenges this year is, last year we were already tutoring by this time, right? Last year we started the second week of school, and with all of the funding uncertainty this year, I think the State Department couldn't put out this opportunity until later than they have in the past. So we haven't been funded for these yet. We're waiting to hear back. And as soon as we do, we'll jump right in.
So what do you think you need, about $1 million?
Well, if you look at the total of all these contracts, I actually think, the math one, so like the ELD one, I think was around 30,000. The algebra one was about 350,000. I think the middle school math one was 1.5 million, and the reading focused one was closer to was between like 700,000 and 800,000. So it's probably closer to 2 million.
So if they're not funded, we can't afford it as a district.
This funding support is critical. When this was put out, we jumped on it because, this kind of support right now for our students is, we're grateful that the state puts this opportunity out for us because this is critical for us to see growth. Particularly, every single one of these initiatives is really, targeting that lowest 25% of students.
Well, what reason are they not funding it totally, and what is the reason for the delay, or do you know?
Well, I'm not saying they're not funding, it's just the grant opportunity was put out so anyone in the state can apply for these tutoring grants. And they have a certain pot of money that then they're gonna determine who is awarded.
But they did not, in the past 2 years it was funded, there's obviously a delay now. And when you're looking at the administrative types of things, there's obviously a delay for some reason. I think that needs to be publicized. I don't know what the reason is.
Yeah, Ms. Calloway, I think last year when we applied for the grant, we applied for it in May. This year, we applied for it, it was due September 12th. So I think because of the federal funding uncertainty this year, I think everything was
I think the people need to know that, how it looks. This is what has happened with our funding. I don't think people really understand the seriousness of snatching this money. Ms. McMahon? Is that her name?
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions? Any other questions?
Are you able to give us a projection of the third graders that are not on target? Because that's data that we do have, so, and then looking at the.
We actually don't, Director Hatter. We're waiting for, as soon as we get end of year second grade and beginning of the year third grade screener data, we actually are scheduled to have that conversation in October, hoping that we get that information by then to share with you, but we actually don't have it.
So with the, looking at the past test scores and the assessments that students are taking, because students have taken assessments right since they've been in school, correct?
Yeah, classroom assessments, but we don't have state level data.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for district level data for the students that are not on grade level now based off of what we know, because teachers know whether or not students are on grade level or not. And so can we get some preliminary district, not state, district data on how many current third graders that are not on grade level?
I'm afraid that we're not going to have enough third grade classrooms.
Right, and that's the reason. I mean, we all know this, and so I know we're trying to paint a very beautiful picture, but at the same time, we still need to be within reality. So if we're able to know that and not just only speak about state data, knowing that we have district data, and if the administration team is to bring the board, because we are not state board, we're Little Rock School Board, district third grade data, and then that can help us have real conversations outside of these treetop conversations, because like we're going to have some hard conversations. So it's better to have it now, you know, at least see it right as we're progressing each month, what the projections are. So when your state level data come out and you bring the state level data, we already know what it is because the board have been seeing district level data. That's all I'm saying. So we could be proactive and just know.
That'd be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I hear what you're saying. Yes, there's classroom data. I think the challenge with that, just to be honest with you, is the metric is set from the state level assessment. And to look at classroom level data is you're looking at a lot of different factors involved. You're looking at teachers, the way they're assessing in their classroom. We can show you grades on a classroom assessment. I don't know, that could almost send mixed messages if you then look at how kids do on a state assessment. So I would say, yes, there are different ways to look at student progress, but the one we're going to be measured by, I think, is the one we really have to pay attention to.
So if I'm hearing, just to make sure I'm hearing correctly, so am I hearing you say that teachers and principals and district level staff are not able to tell whether or not a student is on grade level?
I didn't say that. I
Okay,
just said
so
that I wanted to make sure that what we do look at, if you're asking about projecting, and I want to make sure if we're going to do projecting, we're looking at something that actually is what we're going to be measured by. That's all I was saying.
No, I get that, and then I get that we are into, and I'll button it on this. I get that, like, we're playing a numbers game, and we all know we're playing a numbers game. What I'm asking, just like just like we say this is hard work, this is real work. Okay, I'm saying out of third graders now, per building, how many third graders are on reading level? Because this is information we know, because at parent-teacher conference, you guys are going to tell these parents, Johnny's not reading, but at the same time, that information can be relayed from a bucket, if you will, a categorical standpoint, that this is how many kids in this building that are currently, still having to progress to be on grade level. I mean, I get the picture that's trying to be painted. I get the information that wants to be put out, but I'm just asking as a board member, how many third graders are we looking at potentially holding back, to Director Rowe's point? Because what you're going to do when you have rising third graders not being able to sit in what should be empty seats because we have those seats filled. Then I'm off the soapbox. You guys will deal with it and come up with a narrative or whatever, but or also a solution for it. But then we can't act like you don't know.
I want to be as crystal clear as I can possibly get. don't even know the specific criteria that the state is even using to define what is going to be criteria to retain a third grader by. Number one, we don't know that. We don't even know clarity around the good cause exemptions that we will be able to work towards to keep a third grader from being retained. We haven't gotten results from the K-2 assessment last year yet to even know. So once we know what they're defining as a student in third grade who can potentially be retained based upon their second grade reading scores, we don't even know the second grade reading scores. I hear what you're saying. Of course, teachers know what kids that are struggling in their classrooms, but there is no way possibly that we can project what that could possibly look like now when we don't know the criteria. We don't have the results back from last year to be able to give a forecast. I just want to be clear with where we are. No one's trying to paint a narrative or trying to skirt questions. We don't know, and we don't have the data to be able to answer to be able to produce what you're asking us to produce. That doesn't.
And I get that. I've talked to this. I mean, I've talked to the state. I talked to the state state board about what does that look like for third graders, and those rules are still being written. I know that. I'm not asking about state level stuff. I'm asking. It was just a question.
You're asking us to predict the number of third graders in our schools right now that are potentially going to be retained.
Okay. Well, you know what? As long as the teachers know, they tell the mama and the parents, and we have tutoring at some point coming on. We have volunteers, and so hopefully we don't have a bottle of hopefully we are doing all the correct things to have student and grade level, particularly grade level achievement, and so we are able to move our students forward. I mean, so as long as the schools are communicating to the parents what they need to do at home, in addition to what the school is doing to move these kids along to where hey man, you know what? Thank you. I appreciate the information you gave.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
I would just like to say I have a third grader, and at my parent-teacher conference, so was that last week? That feels like 100 years ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, whenever those were. I received a very informative handout and talked with my teacher about how my student was doing, and it was great. Thank you for all the work. I know there are a lot of uncertainties. I've kind of gone through that PowerPoint on the ADE website as well, and I know there's like a toolkit and everything, but I know we don't have the data yet. So thank you for all y'all are doing to try to help start the conversation with parents and families, because I know it's not always an easy one, and we don't yet know all the answers. So thank you for that. Secondly, I would like to we're not voting on this? Oh, we're not voting, okay.
There's nothing to vote on.
It just says the plan.
That's a mistake. It's just a mistake.
It's
Okay, good. Well, then I would just like to note that when these do come for vote, I have a conflict of interest on this. A board that I serve on has been supporting the district in outcomes-based contracting work, and so I would just like to note that I will abstain from that and have abstained from votes on that at that board level as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I think I was gonna
Ms.
open
Creighton?
up our next
Yes,
meeting. Yeah.
Is everybody good with that? Okay. Yes. So we're going to move forward with our novice teacher program update. Novice teacher update, program update.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I am on newborn schedule because I just came back from having my baby. And so I'm going to try to pump it up a little bit. I hope y'all are doing well.
You don't have any baby pictures to put up?
I, of course, have 100 baby pictures, and I would be happy to show you. Let's see. While she's getting that, since we have time.
I know.
I mean, she's just literally the cutest kid you've ever seen. You can't see her on mine, but she is beautiful. And my sons love her. Sorry.
Congratulations.
Now you got me distracted.
I know. Congratulations.
I'm up here for the novice teacher update. It's a pleasure, one, to just get to talk about what I get to live and breathe and do every day. I truly thank you all because I absolutely love my job. I love the people that I get to work with and support. So up here with me, I'm Brittany Creighton. I'm the novice teacher coordinator. I have Miss Lori Fords from McDermott Elementary, lead mentor. Miss Zaretta Sanders Howard from
Little Rock Southwest, a lead mentor, and then a novice teacher, because I thought you might want to see and hear from somebody getting the support. So Miss Chelsea Malcolm, who's at Lacey. So, the novice teacher program, my goal is to provide connected, continuous, and classroom embedded support. My mentors hear me talk about it all the time. These are not just words on a screen. I really do believe that we can support the kids that are in our rooms every day by really supporting and empowering our teachers. And so it's my goal to collaborate and to provide the support that our teachers need and that they deserve. And I hope that you'll see the connected, continuous, and classroom embedded support embedded throughout this presentation. So the novice teacher coordinator role and responsibilities, these are just things that I do. I work with mentors. I help to provide a program or support that helps them to coach and support their teachers. I also data track and report. I give direct support to novices if they choose to, and that looks like individualized coaching. So I may go out to a school and support. I may do an observation walkthrough. I've co-taught before with some teachers. I also provide licensure support, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And then I do a lot of collaboration. I don't think there's a department in the district that I do not collaborate with. Like, I had a call with early childhood earlier this week, special education. So literally any department you can think of, I'm probably talking to them at some level, and that's what I love about my job. Because I cannot and I do not do it on my own. When you look at the data, that's not data that's representative of me, it's representative of the people and the departments that I work with. You can see that the impact of some of the things that I do. We had a 95% retention rate the first time I came to give you an update in 23-24. And this school year, if you take out the licensure stuff that I'm going to talk to you about later, our data went up even 2% more. And we had a 97.8% retention rate. And I believe that that is the equivalent of 256 teachers. Yeah. Good job. So if we want to just take a look at some data, if you look on the left that says retention snapshot, you can see from the program start until now. So you see we started at a 95% retention rate, and now we're at a 97.4%. And you see I have a little caveat there. So 97.4% retained without a licensure barrier. If you include those that were not able to be offered a contract because of the new laws and policies around emergency teacher permits, if you include those teachers, our retention rate drops to an 88.6% retention rate. And these are teachers that wanted to be able to return but could not because of the laws. And so you can see that that is a vast difference. In numbers, 2.6% would be 7 teachers not retained, so teachers that left and chose to leave, and then the 11.6, that's 30 teachers, just so you can put numbers with that data. If you look on the top right where it says district overview, these are numbers for this school year. You can see that our largest network of novice teachers that we have is Network 3, and that is our priority network. You can see on the right side the breakdown for year 1, year 2, year 3 teachers. And even though it's not directly my job, I also provide all the support that novice teachers get. I offer it to new hires, so they don't have to take advantage of the support, but they are offered it as somebody coming into our district so that we can make sure that they have a strong start as well. And so that's on the right-hand side. But I want to highlight for Network 3, or for networks that have a large number of novice teachers, I've tiered the schools this year. So our Tier 2 and Tier 3 schools, they just see me more often. I do more data collection on them. They also get to take advantage of some of the other support structures that you'll see in a second. And then licensure breakdown. So one of the things that I mentioned before was the difference in retention for those who were not able to be offered a contract. Licensure is a major barrier. A major factor of that is going to be taking and passing the praxis. A lot of our teachers are coming from a non-traditional background. Actually, most of our teachers are coming from a non-traditional background. And so not only are they trying to teach in the classroom, but they're also trying to pass their praxis. And then you have life. So that's just a lot of things to juggle and balance. And so one of my focuses this year is to focus on the licensure, especially with all of the changes that's happening. And so you can see a breakdown of where we are with licensure, with 75 teachers being fully licensed, 10 in that provisional stage, and then 117 that are on a teacher licensure plan. I have emergency teacher permit, but we don't have those anymore. And so there's that. You can see most of our novice teachers are on some type of plan or alternative pathway to licensure.
How does that compare? How does that compare to last year's?
It's about the same. I guess I could do the percentage. It's about the same. It's about 60-70%.
That is a lot.
Good evening. I'm Lori Forbes. I teach at McDermott Elementary. Before I talk about the slide that Brittany made, I'm going to talk about Brittany first.
Hope it's good.
Thank you. No, she did not give me permission. We did not have a conversation about this, but I was so thankful to be asked to come back and work with Brittany to support our novice teachers again this year. You can already tell why. So she's great to work with. Her passion for supporting our novice teachers is unmatched. I have been a mentor in Little Rock School District since around 2013. And what we do for our new teachers is top notch now. I have teachers in my building that have worked for our district for about 5 years that want the onboarding binder that she created. She's great. Y'all, she's doing the Lord's work out here. So I just appreciate her making my job easier. I have 3 novice teachers to help this year, and I want to do a good job. So anyway, all of that, thank you, Brittany.
Thank you.
The top 3 factors in keeping our teachers is the strong mentoring and induction. Dr. Cooper and had mentioned earlier that maintaining the progress for high-quality Tier 1 instruction is a priority. And with that many novice teachers in our buildings, we've got to support them to make sure that Tier 1 instruction can be that top notch that we need. So we got to keep that going. They are connected with a mentor early. I already knew in the summer I was going to be a novice teacher mentor, and I already knew I was at least going to have 2. I was able to meet them before contract time started and go ahead and set a foundation for support. I'm your go-to. What do you already need? And then my job was to find out what they don't know, before they didn't know, they didn't know. So that was a great time to do that before the school year started. Supportive school leadership and working conditions. Teachers don't leave bad jobs, they leave bad environments. So knowing that there is somebody in the building to help them navigate whatever's going to happen, I think is something that has helped all the teachers I know that I've worked with. And opportunities for growth and development. We've never had so many opportunities for teachers to get access to the exact things they need. Our Schoology group for teachers has got classroom management stuff going on in it, supports for teachers to go and say, I just need some help in this thing. They can go to that place instead of just to YouTube or somewhere that's not going to be laser focused on what they need. So we've got so many supports in there to help, and I can't thank you enough for all the work you have done to make that happen. And yeah. Nope, I'm not quitting. All right.
So this year's focus, I really think that we built a program, and I say we because this was mentor created from our very first year, and so I think now we just refine and align the support with what's happening in the buildings. So my goals for this year, I think I put them in 3 buckets, but one is retention and onboarding support. Really, we just got to maintain that 95% retention rate, and then continue our onboarding process. So we have a very strong novice academy that we do in the summer. So this year I'm focusing on making sure we do that for people who are hired late. And so we'll have one in December, an offering in January, and then an offering in March. Another big bucket is refining and aligning support. So I really want to, she talked a lot about the trainings that they can go to. I'm really just trying to encourage them to participate in that training. And so I want to increase the participation in what we call Training Tuesdays by 30%. So if you're a novice teacher listening, you can get flex credit, so please sign up. And then developing a video library of best practices. The Schoology course she mentioned is what's called the Novice Teacher Portal. It's free to the district, doesn't cost anything except for time and effort and blood, sweat, and tears. And so in the Novice Teacher Portal, I want to, this year I really want to focus on videoing some very exemplar teaching. Classroom management, welcoming people into the doors, instructional strategies, questioning, all those kind of things. So that's my big audacious goal. And then strengthen alignment between school and district supports. So one of the things that I'm doing as I'm going into visit is very intentionally debriefing with the building principal and hopefully the mentor, but it's hard to catch either one of them. So I've just kind of built in some things where there's a conversation that can happen, not just in an email, because you know how that can get clouded up. And so really just making sure we start the conversation, because the principals at the end of the day are the ones that really are in charge of supporting those teachers. And then my last big goal is practice and licensure support. You saw how many novice teachers need that support. And so I have to make something that is sustainable. Because we keep having a decrease of funding, almost no funding, we just need to find ways to support teachers with licensure that's going to be sustainable and not at a high cost to the district. And so also partnering with HR, since now teachers must be on teacher licensure plans. ADE focuses on connecting them to what pathway to licensure would be best. So now we can focus more on making sure that they're staying on track with getting to that goal. And so I'm going to be working with HR to kind of monitor that and then making sure that we're providing supports along the way.
So I'm Zaretta Sanders Howard. I am the lead mentor at Little Rock Southwest. And I will tell you that last school year I had 26 novice teachers. This year I have 23.
Oh, okay.
So yes, Brittany and I spend a lot of time together. I do. So there are 3 buckets of novice support in Little Rock School District. So we have professional learning and resources, which we provide the training Tuesdays for them. But we also have, as the lead mentors, we do a monthly meeting with our mentees. And so those meetings are required for them to participate. And so we have things that we cover with them, whether it's instructional strategies. We're coming up into October. So it's time for our teachers to do their professional growth plans. So we'll spend time working with those novice teachers on creating those plans, getting their stuff loaded in, start talking about collecting their artifacts and doing all those pieces. So we mentor them through every step of the process throughout the school year. We also have buddy teachers. So each building will have a certain number of buddy teachers depending on the number of mentees that you have. And that's the person that will be able to check in with them, go into the classroom with them, do wellness checks just to say, hey, are you making it today? Because sometimes for a first year teacher and we're thinking about non-traditional teachers, one thing is just to make it to the end of the day. So we do a lot of check-ins with them just to make sure that we're providing them with that support. We also make sure that we are providing support with them as far as planning for their lessons, learning the HQIM, becoming familiar with assessments, those types of things, and being familiar with the practices of the district and the practices within their building. And then the most important piece is our licensure and alternative pathway supports. So with the Novice Teacher Program, we offer opportunities for teachers to start practicing for their praxis exams. So like a lot of the teachers in my building, one of the first things I do when I get my list of mentees is I automatically send Brittany a list and I say, hey, I need 240 tutor accounts for this many people in this subject area. And we go ahead and get that set up so teachers can start practicing and going through those tests. And with the 240 tutor, it'll give them a praxis exam and then tell them what areas they're weak in and what they need to start working with. And so if that's still a struggle area, then sometimes the teachers may need more support. So then we'll put support groups together. Like last year, I pulled a group together of some licensed veteran social studies teachers to work with some of my social studies teachers who needed to take the test. And those teachers were successful at the end of the year. So those pieces really work. In the Novice portal, we also have a form that teachers can fill out for support. So if they need more support or if they need something else, I'm always saying, hey, ask. You know, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. So if you need something for us, let me know. Let us know. Even if I check in and you say you're okay, if you're not, let me know. So that's what we're here for, is to provide a wraparound service for all of our mentees, because the goal at the end of the day is to retain all of our mentee teachers.
Thank
Outstanding, ladies.
And I promise we're almost done. This is just a snapshot of some of the different buckets of support. And so ignore my face, but I just wanted to screenshot. I do check-in videos. There's so many novice teachers. Like I spent all day at Southwest and I still only got to see 10. So I'll do check-in videos just so they can just get a reminder that like you're gonna make it. In doing that, I have had way less I call them fire hydrant calls, where I'm trying to keep people from walking out the building like right now, because people just want to know that you care. And so it truly is a benefit to be able to do that. But novice sessions, training Tuesdays, the self-paced modules, wellness integration. We work a lot with the culture, climate, and well-being department. They do a lot of trainings for us just around wellness and stress management resources and things. And so that's professional learning and resources. Novice intensives just from 2 weeks ago. I was in visits and was like, well, the training Tuesday is not offered on maximizing instructional time. So how do we do this in a way where I don't have to redo that PDF? So novice intensives came about where we'll be able to pull just a small group of teachers who need that intentional targeted support. So when I say it's a data-driven program, I mean that. We're looking at data and listening to the people we support all the time. She's already talked about mentoring and buddy teacher support, so there's that there. And then she mentioned licensure and alternative pathway support. Here's a year at a glance, and so you can see what we offer at the beginning of the year, in the middle of the year, and then at the end of the year. Really focusing on reflecting on teaching, really supporting them to get an effective rating when it comes time for their 4th year teaching. And all throughout the year, they get visits from me. They can collaborate with their mentor. They have a support form where they can request books, resources, a visit, a call from me, wellness support, and licensure support. So what is the bottom line in the return on your investment? Collaboration with HR networks and mentors, honestly, they are the reason this program is successful. I cannot take the credit for that at all. And so with their collaboration, I'm just really excited about the work that we've done. Listening to teachers and providing direct and aligned support to what they need, and also holding ourselves accountable is what will sustain results. And even though our program, as you can see, has had very strong outcomes, we have had significant cuts to our program. So we're using Title IIA funds as they last right now. That's what we're using to kind of bridge the gap right now. That's what's funding our mentors, any resources we get, that's what's paying for 240 tutoring. And so if that does not become a sustainable source, then I'll be researching this year some alternative funding sources. And so fingers crossed, prayers up. So if you have questions, I'm here, of course, but then we have Miss Chelsea back here who's waited all night. So please ask her at least 2 questions. And then we have our mentors, but I cannot say enough. The people that I work with, the departments, it's a collaborative effort. You all have some really great people in the district helping to support teachers. And so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Creighton, just a question regarding your mentors for your novice teachers on SPED.
Mm-hmm.
How is that coming around?
It's actually right before I came here, I had a very great call with a SPED mentor that we had last year, Miss Angelica Carter and Miss Brenda Smith, who also work in the SPED department, and we're going to do something similar to what we do in early childhood. It's the similar structure of the novice program, but they kind of have their own sessions. So their novice teacher sessions will be just for SPED people and for like parents who would be interested in kind of getting some of that training before they start. And so it's something that I know that we need, and it's a high needs area. And so I'm excited to kind of roll it out next week.
Oh, you rolling out? How successful has it been?
For the SPED. So we, the SPED specific support, we won't start until next week. So I just had a call with them today. Okay. Yeah. But I work really well with the special education department, and so I'm excited. I think it's gonna have some great gains.
Can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. Okay. Someone who is interested in getting into education, and they have a college degree, how would they go about getting into your program?
There's about 35 ways to become a teacher in Arkansas. So one step would be to email me. You got my email right there. But also, I think the ADE licensure advisor will be the first step. They really want them to go there first, especially with all the changes. They can connect them to a pathway, but then they do send people to me about what support is offered in the district. And so we just kind of start from there.
Excellent.
Yes, I have two quick questions. The first one, though, is Ms. Chelsea, would you tell us about how the help and support has made a difference for you as a novice teacher?
The help and support has been phenomenal. Of course, Ms. Creighton. She's been phenomenal as far as answering questions. If she doesn't know the answer, she's like, okay, well, hold on, let me connect you to this person. So I've had connections for me. I've had Ms. Jarrett at Lacey. She's been awesome at being available. I am one of the 117 novice teachers in the district.
I heard that.
But I am also, I had to look and pick and choose which pathway I wanted to go on to become a teacher. I just completed my bachelor's. I've been with the district for 12 years. Started off at Chico Elementary as a 101 para. Went up to a gen ed para, went to Brady as a media clerk, bumped up to secretary, and now I'm first year teacher. While doing this, I have completed my degree. I got my associate's from Pulaski Tech, and then I received my bachelor's degree from Reach University. Reach University has partnered with the Little Rock School District to help teachers, to help people that are already working for the district move into the classroom. It's an awesome program because it's 100% online. And outside programs, to become a teacher, you have to do your internship.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can't do my internship and work. And so that's where Reach University came in, and you spend so many hours in the classroom, your principal signs off, all of that. So I was able to complete and get my bachelor's degree. And so, like I said, one of the pathways is I would have to either continue on to get my master's, because my degree is not in education, or enroll with the CTE program, in which that's what I did. I am teaching 7th and 8th grade broadcasting at Lacey, 6th grade speech. And so I had to pick and choose which pathway I wanted to go in to get in the door. But since I've been in the door, I've had support left and right, from people outside the district, people in the district, people in my building. And so I feel supported as a first year teacher. I feel like if I have any questions about anything, I can send an email, I can make a phone call, I can walk up the hallway. And I do all of the above. And so I've never seen the slideshow, but as they were going through the slideshow, I was just agreeing, yes, that's what they do. Yes, it's a comforting program. We're searching for funding that scares me. I'm like, why? Because the program, I feel loved in here. I feel supported in here. I feel valued in here. And so that's my intake on it.
Funding, take that up.
I have one question for you.
All right, another question.
Another question, could I have one more?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before I finish?
Oh, this is
I
the
had one more
second
question,
part.
if
That's right,
I could.
two-part. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Creighton, the retention rate,
Yes.
can you give us a context about how it compares to retention rates around the state or the nation about for teachers or new teachers?
I know it's not 97.8%. I do know that retention is going up from post-COVID to now, but last I looked, there was 80%. I follow a company called Educators Thriving, and they do like wellness and retention data. They should have their wellness report up, I think, hopefully this week, and so I'll have more of a comparison then. So if you're interested, just shoot me an email.
No, that would be great, and obviously those look like great numbers. I was just curious about how they compare, with other places.
It's better.
To see. Yes. I want to see how much better. But
Yes.
thank you for all. Thank
But
you
yes,
for-
when
Yeah.
the wellness report, it's like a report card, and it'll say how they're faring.
Yeah. Well, thanks to you and all your team.
Thank you.
All right, we had another question here. Okay.
Fearless.
Thank you so much. We appreciate what you do. Thank you. And the funding piece will not impact the care so you're good. Okay. All right, so we're going to 6.4, Hall West update.
All right, Pam, if you can pull up that last link where it says recommendation slide. I know we have been here for a while, so what I have tried to do, we've had several meetings with student, staff, and community the last couple of days, and so I have tried to put together a simplified list of recommendations based upon where we are. And so I'm going to run through that real quickly, and then I'll turn it over to the board. And so I want to frame the recommendations that we are making are really broken up into two parts. And so the first part is recommendations specifically for Hall West High School of Innovation, the school itself. And then there are a separate set of recommendations for the use of the building. And so that's the way that I broke it down so that hopefully it will make sense. Can you go to the first? Yeah. Can you go to the beginning? All right, okay, yeah, right there. It didn't look like the beginning. And board members, you have this copy in your, all right, so recommendations for the school itself. Right now, Hall West High School of Innovation has basically 3 distinct programs that are assigned to its LEA. The Special Education CBI program, the Virtual Academy, and the traditional high school program. And so I just want to make sure that it's clear that when we say Hall West School of Innovation and we talk about the LEA number, all 3 of these things are connected to the LEA number. Go to the next slide. So what we are recommending is that, number 1, the Special Education CBI program, that it will remain on the campus. We are also recommending the LRSD 612 Virtual Academy. This is what we want to do. We want to expand the Virtual Academy and offer an on-campus version of that Virtual Academy, which will be a hybrid program. And so we're basically wanting to add to the Virtual Academy to give students who want to remain at Hall West and students across our district who would like a different type of smaller, non-traditional high school setting the opportunity to attend this particular program. It will involve, well, I already said that. This is smaller type of non-traditional high school setting. It'll have a different set of staffing models and instructional models with very limited extracurricular activities. We went from offering no athletics to after having conversations with students. So right now, we're not offering anything. We're just saying it's going to be a small school, small number of kids. We don't know what we will be able to offer. So if students are looking for the full athletic, extracurricular activity experience, then this option will not be for them. But that's not to say that if we've got a group of students attending the school and they're interested in forming a club, for that matter, that those options will be available to them. And so what specifically we are asking the board for today is approval to for us to continue planning and collaborating with the stakeholders as we have to actually put teeth and substance to what the non-traditional hybrid program will look like. And the reason why we're not bringing that proposal to you today is just in the few meetings that we've had, we came with an idea. We've heard feedback from students, from staff, and from members of the community, and we want to take the time to build what this will look like intentionally with those folks before we bring that particular recommendation with teeth to you. But what I do want to say is inside your folder, and hopefully this will help to make some type of sense, there is this document which kind of explains the basis of why we think that we will be able to provide this hybrid, non-traditional option in a cost-effective manner. And for those of you who are watching, this document is also in the public board agenda, so if you want to look at it, it's there. So on the left side, it shows what the per pupil costs are right now for Hall West. You see it for the 24-25 school year and the current school year. With 16,000 students, $16,000 per student in 24-25, and it has gone up a little when Kelsey actually ran the numbers based upon where we are now. We were reporting in our community meetings that their cost was about $20,000. It's the specific cost is $22,000. But what I really want you to pay attention to, which is what we're trying to replicate, not to the same degree. This year we have ACC operating on Hall's campus, and we have our virtual program operating on Hall's campus. And you see the number of students that are with both of those programs. 96 students currently in the ACC, 44 with our virtual program. Prior to this year, both of these programs existed on different campuses, and they had different sets of staff. This year, it is the same teachers that are providing instruction for our virtual program and the in-person instruction that our ACC students get. And so this would be an example, kind of an existing example of this hybrid model that we're trying to build for the students who want to remain at Hall West. And you can see, based upon the number of personnel, and you see how significantly more cost-effective it is as we're running the ACC program and the virtual program now with about 150 students. The per pupil expenditure goes all the way down to $7,000. And that is, we're able to do that because of the flexible way in which we offer courses and the flexible way in which we can use staff to provide this particular non-instructional model. So while we do not have the actual plan with finances and budget available to you today, we do feel that we will be able to replicate a similar model using staff like we do now for both ACC and our virtual program. It'll be the same staff that will be providing the in-person courses for students who select to stay at Hall, and the same teachers who will be providing the virtual. And so that's where that hybrid model comes in. We do want, again, we've heard a lot of ideas and a lot of things that kids want, staff want, people want. We just want to take another month or so to kind of build what that's actually going to look like, and then actually bring that back to the board for review and approval. So that's what we're asking for today. So go to the next slide. And to wrap this up, specifically, again, we're asking you specifically, and the other part is we want to drop the West from the name. So number one, these are the specific recommendations we're asking for Hall West High School of Innovation, the actual school. Number one, we're going to drop the name West from the school's official name. Number two, the LRSD administration is authorized to develop an on-campus 9 through 12 hybrid program to add to the LRSD 612 Virtual Academy. And you can see all those things there that I just mentioned. And then the third thing is that the Hall West traditional high school program will cease to exist after the 25-26 school year. So those are the three specific things, recommendations we're asking the board to take action on today, specific to the actual Hall High School of Innovation program. And I'll stop there before I go to the next set.
Okay, so I think what I heard you say, in short, is one, to drop the West from the school official name, two, to develop an on-campus hybrid program, and then three, to cease to exist after 25-26 school year as a traditional high school.
Correct. Those are the three.
Okay, those are the three. Questions and comments?
I do have some questions.
Okay.
So, what school are we talking? We're talking about Little Rock West or Hall West right now.
Hall West
right?
School of Innovation.
Okay.
Yes.
So, so Hall High School, and this is just for my own, because I had to go back and look at the LEA numbers. So Hall High School doesn't exist right now, right? As far as the LEA number.
What exists right now is Hall West High School of Innovation.
Okay, so, and this is just in my mind, because after looking at this, we have two issues here. We have the high school out west that is being built, which is west, which is Pinnacle View. Right, hold on, just walk with me here for a minute, because I want to make sure I understand what's going on as far as the LEA numbers. So this LEA number up here is the 2019 LEA number for Pinnacle View High School.
No.
Yes, I'm looking at it. And then we changed the name in 2020 to Little Rock West High School. Then we changed it to Little Rock West High School of Innovation. Then,
the first thing you said, Ms. Hyder? You said 2019?
Yeah, this LEA number, because Hall High School ended, the first Hall High School ended in 2019. It doesn't exist anymore. The one that was named after Robert Hall doesn't exist because that LEA number, 1002, went away. We closed that. Then Hall High School came back. Well, no. We created another school in the same building called Little Rock Hall Steam Magnet High School, LEA number 61083. That went away in 23, right when we moved west into Hall. When that happens, Hall went away because we took on the identity of West.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, just for clarity, we keep talking about Hall, but Hall doesn't exist because Hall went away.
Are you talking about the traditional Hall High School before we start doing the?
No. The traditional Hall High School went away in 2019. And then we created a new school in the same building with the name Hall Steam Magnet. That went away in 23.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's when we brought over West.
Yes.
And so Hall, there was no more because 600, this LEA up here was created in 2019 when we got rid of the first Hall LEA number. So really we're talking about West High School because it have had 3 different name changes.
According to
No, I'm just, here we are.
Okay.
So, and this is, because this is what we need to figure out. So, Pinnacle View High School was created in 2019 using, and its LEA number is 600-1081, up there. We changed the name, or the state changed the name, because remember, we was under state receivership.
Yeah.
State, and so we changed the name to Little Rock West High School in 2020. It's the same LEA. And then in 24, I went to the website. So after 24, then right when we closed Little Rock Steam West, that's when we changed the name last school year to Hall West. So now the new Pinnacle View High School out there is being built under this LEA number. So my question is.
That's an easy explanation.
Okay, so really, we're not talking about Hall High School. Hall High School died a long time ago. We're talking about West. We're talking about West High School that is now Hall West because this LEA number been created for the last 6 years.
So let's have a response to that.
So I hear what you're saying. Honestly, for the conversation that we're having today, I don't know that really matters for Pinnacle View High School that we're building, because Pinnacle View High School that we're building is probably, this same LEA number was what West was when it was out there.
Yeah.
And so when we get ready to officially open that school, it will have a different LEA number. It won't have this number. That's an easy fix. But right now, for what we're trying to do and focus on right now, this LEA number that is identified with Hall West High School of Innovation, the number that is up there, it is the CBI program, it is the traditional high school, and it is our LRSD Virtual Academy. Those are the 3 components that make up what this LEA is right now. And for what I am asking the board to do moving forward for next year, if we can just we don't even have to even bring Pinnacle View High School into this conversation, and what LEA number that is, because that's not even relevant to the decisions that we're trying to make right now.
But it is because this LEA number is tied to Pinnacle, the
Ms.
original.
Adder, when we get ready to open up Pinnacle View High School.
I mean, listen,
Vicki, at the ADA Data Center, that LEA brings up Hall High School West.
I know that.
Well, okay, then.
So
Can we just
I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
I'm trying to get clarity.
Okay.
You know what? Go ahead. We had this conversation already, and we see how much it costs per student to educate these kids at this building, and we know that we're going to continue to have budget cuts. So, you guys can go ahead with this.
Okay. So there was another comment. I'm sorry. Mr. Rose, did you have a comment, sir?
No, as I was pointing out, at the ADA data center, when you enter that LEA, it returns Hall High School West.
So I think the numbers, all of that, I think the content is on the recommendation right now, so let's try and stay focused. Other comments? Okay.
Can I make?
Yes, who had a comment?
I have a comment.
Down here? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
They're inconsequential. You understand? When the LEA number changed, when it went from J.A. Fair High School to J.A. Fair Systems Magnet High School, this is a long time ago, okay? The LEA number is going to change. Okay, so, like really saying that, we destroyed Hall is kind of like sticking a sword in somebody's back. That would hurt me, and I didn't go to Hall. Okay, but like the thing that the LEA number is going to change anyway, sweetie. It's going to change.
Okay.
Now,
so, excuse me, Ms. Calloway. I'm sorry. Let's try and be respectful. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Ms.
The LEA number is inconsequential as of this point in time. I'm thinking, and correct me if I'm wrong. Only thing we want to do is just to go ahead and make sure that we can go ahead with this program and have something that can be created. The LEA number is going to change regardless, and I can speak to that, having been in a regular high school that went to a Systems Magnet High School. The number changed. That happened. And I have no idea what J.A. Fair, whatever they are now. I bet you it's not the same number that was there when I was there. You see? And like them taking West off of there, well, that's another issue. But what you're asking us to do, because I want to know, because I want to decide how I'm going to vote, is to be able to go forward with planning.
These three things.
Those three things.
Yes,
Just the three things.
Just trying to stay there.
That's the only thing we're trying to, that you're asking us to do, is to vote for that?
Yes, ma'am.
And because the LEA number does not matter right now.
Mr. Adams, did you have a question or comment?
I had a comment and a question.
Okay.
My view for Hall, and like for almost any school in our district, is that over time, things change, and we become we're different schools in some form or fashion than where we were in the beginning. And I think there's been a narrative continuity with Hall from the very beginning to now. It has changed in focus and organization and themes, but in my view, it continues to be a Hall, but it has grown and evolved. And the question for us now is it going to evolve into something else? But it will continue to serve students and serve high school students in a different way if we went this direction. My question is, Dr. Wright, do we have an idea at this point, if we would take this motion, if we would take this action here, do we know yet what would happen to the students who are there now? And if we don't take this point, what would happen? But could you say something about what will happen to the students if we go down this path?
Yes. So if you remember the timeline that we created when we were thinking about all the different things that we would have to do once decisions are made. So if the board approves these particular recommendations, we're coming back before October 30th with what the actual hybrid plan would look like, which will involve like the financials and forecasted budgets for that particular school. So when we start going through course selection and all the stuff that we typically do, these options will be presented too. And we're going to, if I remember correctly in the timeline, we actually are going to have conversations with the 10th and 11th graders who are at Hall, them and their families, before we even get to the selections for some of the other schools, so that they will have an early opportunity to look at all the different options that are available to them, including this particular hybrid model, the other schools and programs that were offered through the district, and so they'll have an opportunity to make their decision early in terms of if they're going to stay or if they're going to go to a different school.
All right. And for next year with this plan, what grades would be serviced there at Hall?
So when we initially presented this to students and to staff, we were only planning just to do 11th and 12th graders next year to give the students who are there an opportunity to stay. Since then, we've had some discussions, and there is a desire by some to not just limit it to 11th and 12th, but to open it up to 9th through 12th. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm not coming with a specific plan and a specific budget tonight, because I want to have time to go back to people and actually work this through and come back on October 30th. Because I do think the way that we're doing ACC and virtual now with the same set of teachers, it doesn't matter if we have 9 ninth graders, 15 10th graders. I mean, because of the way in which the schedule can work, it really doesn't matter. But I don't want to bring something that specific just yet, because I want to continue working through it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think I had some other questions. Is that right? Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. I know you and your team and Mr. McGee and lots of folks have spent a lot of time talking about Hall the last few weeks, and I really appreciate that. I know I have 3 questions, but I want to just say thank you to everybody, some in this room who were able to come out. Thank you to the student here. I forgot your name, but thank you for coming to voice your opinion. And if you participated in the conversation with Dr. Wright at school, I really appreciate that too. And to just say out loud that this is the first year since I've been on the board, which is I haven't been here quite 2 years, but this is the third budget and school, or what schools are we keeping open cycle, that we haven't had to completely close down buildings that we wanted to keep open. And so I just want to say that this use and repurposing of Hall, to me, feels like a way to keep a building that has historic significance and has a place in our community open, serving students in a unique way and meeting a niche that is not already met in our district. So I want to say that out loud. I do think that there are a lot of opportunities to continue to gather some of the input that we have heard already, and more things that we haven't heard yet, and continue to make this plan and the details of it something that really meets the needs of students. But in that vein, I have 3 questions based on the presentation that you shared, because I did watch the longer presentation at both of the meetings this week, and this is shorter and more concise, and I love that. Number 1, we talk about hybrid students. Those students will still be in the building all day long, correct? If they would like to be.
Dependent upon their,
What
yes
they
and no.
choose.
Like
Yeah,
we
okay.
could have some seniors who may not need to take a full load of classes. They may not need to be there all day. They may be there.
But they would
yeah.
be welcome.
Yes,
Like
yes.
if you needed a full
Yes.
load and wanted a full load,
Yes.
you would be there with your peers, just like in any other high
Yes.
school in Little Rock. Okay.
Yes.
That's question 1. You mentioned clubs. I know there was a lot of talk with the students about sports, and those are 2 maybe different things depending on the level at which you want to engage in those kinds of activities. And I know we talked about the process of whether a class makes, and if only 2 people sign up for any class in any school right now, that class doesn't make, and so it's not always guaranteed. I do feel like this opens up opportunities on the educational side, but if a club were to make 1 year but then not the next, how would staffing for that work? Like if you had a football team this year but then next year we didn't have enough, what would that look like on the district's end as we think about staffing a school?
So if and I don't know if football is the right example.
Well, right, I know, I don't know, I'm not a sportsy gal, I was a swim teamer.
No, I'm just saying.
Sorry.
I don't foresee. Soccer. I don't foresee Hall being
Right.
able to.
So that's a bad example, so let's say tennis, I don't know.
One at a time, I can't hear when y'all are doing that.
Sorry.
And that's a tricky question, because in this type of staffing model, and this is why we need a little bit more time to think through this, like it's going to be the same group of staff who are working at the school, providing instruction in some type of way, in my mind, that will also be the coaches or the club sponsors for whatever activities are there. So I don't know that I can fully answer that, because if we had a girls' basketball team next year,
Yep.
and let's just say there wasn't enough kids who signed up and was interested in playing, I guess in that example, it wouldn't really matter, because the staff member will still be there teaching whatever he or she is teaching, so it wouldn't matter. It's just it's all going to depend upon who's there.
Right.
And interest.
Okay, that's helpful.
And I think we also need to cost out, because there's additional expenses that come with sports. And so, and one of the biggest things, and I know, and I've heard people say this all night, I know that decisions are not just spreadsheets and they're not just numbers. At the same time, from where I sit, that is a big part, and it's going to play a big role in decisions that are going to have to be made. Now, I heard the students loud and clear. Now, if I didn't hear anything else, I heard them say, we want activities, and we want those are the things that make a high school. And as much as we can make that work with whoever selects to come there, and based upon their interests, and that if it's financially feasible to do so, then we will. If it's not, then we won't be able to. That's why this is a non-traditional high school option, and we're not going to be able to offer.
You can't promise everything. I think that is one of the hardest parts just in thinking about this, because we don't necessarily know yet. So that being said, since you have come tonight, and this is a little different than I think what some of us heard last night, what do we get by voting today versus just saying, here's where we stand, we're going to come back in 1 month and bring you a more detailed plan? What do we get by voting today versus voting on October 9th or
what we get for voting on number 3 allows us to go ahead and know that that's not going to be an option as we get ready to do course selection and enrollment and recruitment and all that stuff, and we're working on different things that we're going to be offering. If we know that we're not offering a traditional high school program at Hall, it allows us to go ahead and keep planning.
Okay. So you feel like you definitely need that now in order to...
Yes.
Even though the details still have some work to do.
That's different than number 2.
Okay. I just want to make sure we need that. And I think that is the biggest pushback I have heard in talking with my constituents and the people at Hall was the time and the rush on this. And I feel that. And I also want to make sure if we're going to publish what's going to happen in all our high schools this year, I don't want Hall to be left out in whatever it's going to be next year, because I want it to have an equal opportunity to be sold and shared and experienced by our district. So I want to say that out loud. And then finally, this spreadsheet, I was not able to access this for some reason, and I wanted to know why there was no operations at all under the line item for ACC and Hall.
Mr. Bailey, can you answer that? Because I know you gave me an explanation, but I can't remember.
Thanks. That's my last question.
Good evening, first of all. Good evening. So when we separated these things out, so before the per pupil amount included the virtual students, we wanted to pull the virtual out of that, along with I think on one model you may have even CBI pulled out, but I don't think on this. The operational cost is typically the utilities and everything else, so it's kind of hard to, ACC just moved there. The virtual students aren't there, so a portion of the operations would go over there just for the utility costs, but not like the other supplies and everything else, so yeah, it's not associated right now with.
So the utilities are in the school operations, that's like building, like classroom supplies or I don't even know, uniforms.
Electric, gas. Water.
So those are in the school operations.
Yes,
so those
they are,
would still exist then.
Yeah, they would.
For this. Yeah. Okay. So would they be more in line with the 1,000 or 1,018,000 or 576?
What I have in the 25, 26.
Okay. So with that would be more in line with what we would see, and so that would carry over.
But wait, because ACC students are currently in that building, and so
yeah, the operational costs shouldn't go. We've cut some operational costs down from the previous year, so because the population was down. So you have associated dollars associated with the number of students there.
Okay.
So each program, I mean, the utilities may go up slightly, but I mean, most utilities are running for all, you know, all the sites or all the action wings are running now. So if you were to move, just say the adult ed and ALE or whoever else you're moving in the building, you're still gonna have utility costs. Now, the
Right.
supply costs may be a little
So
bit
you
different.
could associate those costs with those.
You have to break them out somewhere if you wanted to associate it. There's
Gotcha.
no really way to get a per pupil cost for that other part, so.
Because that's in the other part that we haven't gotten to yet. Okay. That,
I don't know if I explained it.
I mean, I'm still a little squishy on why it's not in there at all for these students, but I understand that there are other programs proposed to be in the
So
building.
it
where
would just
those
be a
could
breakout of percent, so that's the
Okay.
operational cost for the whole building, so if I was.
Oh,
to
the
take-
576 is
they're already
the whole
there.
building,
Yeah,
and you're
'cause
going to be
this-
spreading that across
yes.
both this and the other things that are, okay, gotcha.
Madam President,
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to do something you probably won't hear me do very many times. I'd like to move the question. We've talked about it and talked about it.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Second's been, moved. Well, why don't we, can we do that? Can we just make a motion?
We haven't had the
There
motion
isn't a
made yet.
motion,
The motion
so-
hasn't been made.
So you can't.
My mistake.
But you can make the motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, yeah, you can make the motion.
Whatever it is.
Yes, so why would you make a motion when you haven't seen the other half?
We just got these three things to vote on, right? They're not to vote on, there are more things to vote on
Is
tonight.
there a main motion?
You're moving too quick. Dr. Wright, I just have one quick thing for you. And then.
I don't have any.
You and I, we had this conversation already about hall and the mixed use of the building. Yeah, it's a whole page.
It's just about,
Look.
it's the same stuff.
Yeah,
I just haven't got, I was breaking it down, I just haven't finished.
Oh, but it's the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. But it's not, but the recommendation is still the recommendation.
so-
That's all we want. So, okay,
Wait,
I'll
hold on.
entertain a motion.
Dr. Wright,
I'll
thank you.
entertain a motion
Dr.
if there's a motion.
There's, 1 second. Dr. Wright, okay, so we talked about this yesterday and the mixed use and the operation of the building. The way we talked about it, and how that will look. I don't know if I am able to, and then with the virtual option, because virtual have always been tied right to this LEA number. So this will be students that will be a part of the virtual model, a hybrid of it. And then if they are, and so the children that will come into the building, they will still participate the same way a virtual student would, through a laptop, Edgenuity, and having a teacher inside the room, a proctor.
Yes.
Okay. I got you. I won't.
I thought it was gonna be more complex than
No,
that.
I'm not gonna go into it, but, and then the other thing is, the other piece about what they're signing up for and what they understand, you've already said it.
No, that's what we've got to.
Okay, well, I'll sit back. So as long as that's clear, that, as long as, okay, I think I'm understanding.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. So we have a recommendation for a motion, but we still want to talk about what the program.
I need to get through.
Okay.
I need
Go
to get
ahead.
through.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
But I
ahead.
know Mr. Bolly's hand was up too.
Uh-oh. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's where I am.
That's
Go ahead.
the end. Okay.
All right.
go
Say
ahead.
something eventually, though.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. I want to just get the recommendations out. Go to the next slide. So this was these were the set of recommendations for the school itself.
Oh, I see.
Now we're going to get to the recommendations for the use of the building. All right? So that's how the campus is currently being utilized. Don't need to spend a lot of time there. Go to the next slide. This is what we are recommending to add to the campus. We want to move Hamilton Learning Academy over to the campus at the beginning of next school year, the 26-27 school year. We want to move the adult education programs to the Hall campus beginning the 27-28 school year. So that gives us a year of planning for that, because there's a lot of, anyway, I don't need to get into all that. We talked about that before. And then I still kept this here, although we know that there has been some funding cuts to specific early childhood programs. But this is just this is not to say that we're going to do this. This is just going to say that we're exploring this particular option. And then there were conversations about community spaces. We got the auditorium, the gym. So we do want to take some more time to explore possible community use spaces within the campus. Next slide. And then we're putting a hold, I'm recommending that we just put a hold to the conversations around Scott Field and Circus Arena being used for Parkview for now. Just table it. Next slide. And just like previously, these are the 5 recommendations that I am asking the board to consider for the campus. And again, just to recap, moving Hamilton Learning Center there in 26-27, adult ed there in 27-28, continue to explore the 0 to 2 childcare option, community use spaces, and then putting a pause on using Scott Field and Circus Arena for Parkview. Those are the 5 specific recommendations for the use of the building.
And what is the reason for the pause?
Well,
Number one, I have not had 2 things.
Okay.
We haven't answered the question yet around what's going to be offered at Hall West. It could be that the arena is used for their own basketball team. I don't know. And secondly, I know that the Parkview coaches and staff had a meeting. They sent me their meeting notes today. I have not looked at it, and I have not had a chance to actually sit in front of them and hear from them directly yet. So those are all the reasons.
Okay.
So is this streaming what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I?
Okay.
Can I?
So let me just concisely, okay.
I thought I was being concise.
You were.
I'm not saying you weren't, Superintendent. I'm not saying that you were not. But I just to be concise, okay? So we're really looking at 8 recommendations. I mean, it's 3 and 5.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
So that's what was, just a little fragmented in my mind.
It's a little fragmented in mine too. Do the first set depend on the second set or the other way around? Then why in the hell could I not get a motion made a few minutes ago? Y'all all started shouting at me to wait.
Well, I think that it was just all working collaboratively, okay? So let's look at it. So the name West will be dropped. That's the first. The second, the LRSD administration is authorized to develop the on-campus hybrid program. 3, the Hall West traditional high school program will cease to exist after 25-26 school year ends. Then, essentially, 4, the relocation of Hamilton Learning Academy. 5, the relocation of all adult education programs to the Hall campus. 6, the LRSD administration exploring and bringing back a recommendation regarding the possibility of adding a 0 to 2 child care program. 7, the LRSD administration will explore possible community uses space of the Hall campus. And then 8, the LRSD will hold on the idea of using Scott Field and pronounce this arena?
Cirques
Arena for the use by Parkview Arts and Science Magnet High School.
Yes.
So those are the 8
Yes.
pieces that we're looking to approve as recommended in the slide deck presentation. Okay.
Will the district administration offices that are at Hall now remain?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I think, let me just make sure Mr. Bali didn't have something, because I know we've been putting you on hold. I'm sorry.
So I had to step out. I'm sorry, I had to take a personal break.
I understand.
But, my main concern was, with this repurposing or whatever, and it not being a traditional high school, with students who are still there get to remain students next year, because hybrid, I work hybrid. I have some days that I'm supposed to be in the office and days that I'm allowed to work from whatever. And so I just didn't understand if that was going to be something that the students or teachers were going to be asked to do, like only come to school on Monday and Wednesday. So I just want some clarification on that. And then 2, my whole thing is I don't want to see Hall become a school that has become a gentrification tailored school where we repurpose it, it's not appealing anymore, and then 30 years later, all of a sudden it's appealing again, but it's only available to people who live in a part of a certain demographic, that we don't get so far away from where a school is open to everybody that it also becomes a school in the end that's only available to exclusively to people. And so, because in my opinion, like I say, this trend of charter schools, home schools, all of that type of stuff, that could be reversed in 2-3 years. And then we need a whole school again that needs to be fully equipped to handle a full enrollment. And so that's my main concern. Like the sports, I understand the limited activities aspects of it, that might be something that has to be considered right now for the budget, but like, let's not totally take it to the point where it doesn't appeal to anybody in the school district, because people should be willing to and want to enroll in Hall again. That's what I want to get understanding of.
Okay, okay. Other questions, other comments? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, I do. I do understand that we have to do something, and I think you have to start somewhere to do something. And if you need to make a change while you're doing something, then you make the change and you continue to do something. So what I need to know is that you did have a couple of community meetings, is that correct? What were their concerns? Of the 8 things that you're presenting tonight, did any of them have any concerns not to do?
So inside your folder, so I've gotten feedback from students, from staff, and then the 2 meetings that we had. So inside your folder, there is a summary of the feedback from all of those different groups. And then I also gave you, and this is a lot, I know you can't read it all, but you have the specific feedback. Here I just gave you a summary from all the different 4 groups. Here you have the specific feedback from the students. I had a session with the 10th and 11th graders, and you have a packet full of their information. And then we solicited alternative ideas, and that is the legal sheet document there. And you have all of those. And so you have a combination of things. You have, and I don't want to read all of this, but from our 10th and 11th grade students, the biggest concern for them was around athletics and extracurricular activities. That was the biggest thing. I think most of them, even some of them who may have been interested in this flexible hybrid model, there were still too many questions for them in terms of what this is actually going to look like and feel like for many of them to even say, yeah, this is something that I would like, which is why we need more time to develop that. For staff, the biggest concerns from staff, you have some folks who have been around for a long time, and so they've seen all different types of iterations of things. The biggest thing from them is they just want to know how these changes are going to impact their employment status. From the community meeting number 1, which is mostly parents and former students of Hall, most of them, or at least the most vocal ones in the room, just wanted the traditional high school to stay as is. And then we have, I'm not going to, you can read it, it's there. Community meeting number 2, which was mostly the neighborhood association yesterday, and I would say surprisingly, with the exception maybe 1 or 2 people that was in the room, most of them seem supportive of the plan and see it as an opportunity to offer something unique that we currently don't offer. And then in the legal document that you have 34 different ideas that people submitted that I have had a chance to look through and go through. Many of them don't address the overall goal that we are trying to solve for anyway, but I still provided it to you just so you can see what folks are saying.
Can we get that via email?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Other questions? Were you finished?
Well, I'm not confused, but I know that, like I said, we're gonna have to do something, and so we're looking at it from a different standpoint than most people in the audience are looking for. We're not trying to take anything away from the kids, but we have to decide what we're gonna do to get started. And you know what? We can make a change anytime during that process. So I think, I don't know, I'm just gonna say it, I think people are thinking that we're just gonna do something terrible to the kids and they're not gonna learn, they're not gonna have access to this, and they're not gonna have access to that. That's not what we wanna do. We're not in the business of closing schools. That's kind of a forced thing for us, okay? So, yes, it's forced. So what I wanna say is that we just want you to have confidence that we actually know what we're doing, and we gotta start somewhere, and we're not saying that's gonna be the end. And let me say this too. I also feel strongly that sometimes when things are happening like that, we need to pull it together. We actually need to work together. We need to say, you know what? Sports may not work right now, but I'm going to do everything in my power to go out in the community and convince people, hey, you need to go to Hall. But you just got to do what you got to do. You got to do, listen, that's why we having conversations. You have to do your part.
We should not even be having conversations with people.
Everybody has to do their part. I'm not speaking to nobody personally. I'm just saying that everybody has to do their part. So if we pull it together, we probably can make Hall a beautiful school. We can do it all together, okay? And so I just want everybody to know we just need to pull it together. And like I said, we got to start somewhere. So let's just do that together.
Any other questions or any other comments? So the chair will entertain a motion.
Ms. Wesley? I'll make a motion. If it gets a second, I'd like to make a comment, speak to it. I will move that the LRSD Board of Education approve the recommendations detailed in the recommendation slide deck as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the LRSD Board of Education approve the recommendations detailed in the recommendation slide deck as presented. Questions, comments?
So I would like to speak to the motion, and I'd like to say a couple different things. One is I think that I want to acknowledge that this is very difficult for people who have a history at Hall. That even though Hall will continue in a different form and evolve into something else, that the loss of a traditional high school is a big loss. And I respect that. I also want to say that when we were thinking about these things, that although we are looking at numbers and dollars, the reason that we're doing that is because we're trying to protect the solvency and sustainability of the district for students. It is not to save money because none of us get paid, and it's not anything like that. It is to try to do the best job we can for the most students with the resources that we have. And that is what I think this board, even when we don't always see things eye to eye on things, I think everybody is together on that. That's what we're trying to do. We want to get the best outcomes we can and stay fiscally sound. The other thing I want to say is that, when I think about and I don't know all the history, some of you know the history very well, but Hall was built out of a time where there was a need for it. There was a perceived need at the time.
Perceived need.
And I'm not going to argue about that, but I'm going to say there was a perceived need at the time for that school. And then we have built other schools and around the district when there has been perceived needs. And we have changed schools when there have been perceived needs. And that's the best we can do. That is the best we can. And so the situation that we're in right now is we can't control anything that happened in the past. We can't control any of the decisions that were made in the past. What we have to do is to say, what is the way we can best meet the needs of the most students right now? And I'm impressed that the variety of programs that could be in that building could meet the needs of a variety of students, that we could improve how we do things for a lot of students who don't fit the services that we provide right now around the district. And that's a big change, and that change is painful for those who have history. But I think that for the moment, for this particular moment, which is what we have to deal with, this is a reasonable plan.
Other questions or comments, Mr. Barker?
Thank you. I like the fact that you brought up perceived needs, because Hall was open because there was a need perceived because people didn't want to go to school with each other. And so there could possibly be a perceived need to reopen up the building that used to be Carver, because that community is growing, and now all of a sudden they have rebranded themselves as the East Village. And when they start raising kids over there, it will be a perceived need to have an elementary school again. And so that's why we got to look at things from a historical context when we make decisions like this. And that's why I want Hall to always be appealing to everybody, and to always have a faculty, a community. If you look at the Hall High community, around that community, they seem to be thriving. It seems like if I had a high school student 2 blocks away from my house over there by Hall High, I should want to send my student to Hall. But for some reason, maybe I'm perceiving that they want to go out to the west part of Little Rock or go further west. But what we have to do is understand that the only way we can look at things is look at things in an equitable way. And I feel like the way we do that is by showing the community engagement, the community involvement, bringing everybody to the table, listening to our students. I appreciate the student that we had come tonight and speak passionately about that. I appreciate the other student that brought forth the report. And so I just want it to be understood that I don't want this to be a cycle where this school continues to, repurpose itself until it repurposes itself out of a place from the district. And then we're just holding on to a building, hopefully, in hopes of one day that it could be possibly appealing again. We need to show the appeal of the school, promote all the goodness that's in the school right now so we can bring things back and change it back quickly.
Mr. Rose?
I'm just going to agree that the history, you really do have to make some of these decisions with history in mind. And there's, the first 4, 5, 6, 10 years of Hall are nothing to be proud of. When it was an all-white school, that was not something to be proud of. That changed. That changed later. No problem with that at all. I'm sorry? Yeah, but
Let's try to stay focused, please.
There were hardly any black kids there until like 1971.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Other questions or comments? So it's been moved and properly second that the LRSD Board of Education approve the recommendation detailed in the recommendation slide deck as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay, 7.1, Health Services.
Ma'am, can we have a break?
Oh,
Yes.
we need a break, yes, sure, absolutely. Well, 10-minute break.
Thank you all.
And we are retaining the staff, right? Is that part of it? I lost it.
guys for coming. We're going to go ahead and get started. We are live and we're going forward. Health services. Yes, we'll go ahead and make that clear. It is 9:20 and we want to be as concise as possible, okay? Mr. Bailey, will you be covering all of 7?
Yes, let me make sure before I say yes. I think
So I'm going to just
yes,
let
ma'am.
you do that, and I won't interrupt you. We'll just, if we have questions, we'll pause for questions in between. How's that?
Works for me.
All right.
So I think you got to take action on all 3 of them. So
of course.
if y'all ready, so before you have, good evening again, you have 7.1, there's an RFP we put out for health services. I don't think this is required to come before you all based on policy, but I did want to bring it before you just because of the dollar amount maybe here. So we've struggled over the last few years, and of course, there's been a shortage in nurses across the nation. We currently have 7 openings right now. We have some subs. We have our director that's been serving. I mean, everybody's been trying to cover those pieces out there. So what we actually put an RFP out. And there are several respondents back to it. So you can see all the respondents here up on the screen, which is a part of your attachment as well. They responded back. So the one that was chosen based on the committee was Stepping Stone. I think we'll probably use it for maybe 3. So the price of a nurse right now, approximately the average cost of a nurse for the district is about $77,000. So you're looking at 7, you're looking over $500,000 of vacancies out there. We don't plan on using that much in contract. We're trying to get nurses in, but the amount of pay that we pay nurses versus what they can make in a hospital setting or somewhere else is just quite a bit different. So that's something that Nurse McEwen and Director McEwen is proposing, maybe enhancing starting salaries for nurses in the upcoming future, but it's been hard. So this is why this is before you here. So we're expecting maybe 250,000 probably at the most if we can't, but she's out there recruiting and trying to get those nurses positions filled. We feel we had more than that to start at the beginning of the year. I think it was either 9 or 10. She had some float nurses end up taking some position, and another person in her division actually took a position as well at those one site. So, but if you have any questions about that, so that's
okay.
I just have one quick comment, and that is going down the contract nurses pathway is scary because a lot of people in the health world, I think, are leaving employed nursing to go into contract nursing, and then you can't ever hire a nurse again. And I'm just going to say it out loud, I feel like we don't pay enough for our nurses. I feel like our nurses deserve a bump in the salary schedule. They do so much, and even more, I think, as our district continues to serve kids who can't be served elsewhere, we will have more medically complex and mental health complexity, et cetera. Just they have more health needs. And so I will just say that out loud, that I will support that whenever you bring that forward, as long as it keeps our budget in the black. But I would like to think about that. Thank you.
So this is not outsourcing the nursing. This is just something to supplement while we have these vacancies out there. So no plan on outsourcing nurses at all. So
Thanks for making sure our kids are taken care of.
Any other questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Sorry, I have a mouthful of
I move that the LRSD Board of Education accept the recommendation and approve the contract with the Stepping Stone Group for temporary placement of contracted nurses in LRSD.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that the LRSD Board of Education accept the recommendation and approve the contract with the Stepping Stone Group for temporary placement of contracted nurses in the LRSD. Any other questions or comments or concerns? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
all right.
7.2.
7.2, this is the first time I've brought this type of resolution before you. Typically, we didn't have a need for this when we issued bonds out there. So our plan was to have our bonds voted on or reviewed by the State Board of Education on September 11th. That was pushed back to October. So based on where funds are right now, we won't receive funds for probably November. We have ongoing contracts, so our money is pretty much being liquidated. This allows us, is we have funds available to actually pay those contractors until out of operating funds, until we actually get our bond funds and reimburse operation money from the bond fund. So it's not additional money that we're requesting out there. It's just a transfer of dollars if we have the funds available. We currently don't have the funds available to do $10 million, but just in case there's a delay out there, this allows us to actually pay for our operating, keep our contractors and projects on schedule, while getting reimbursed when our bond funds actually come in, so.
So you're robbing Peter to pay Paul?
I hope we ain't robbing it. Yeah, that's about right. So the plan was, so new legislators come in, so typically we wouldn't have to, you have to wait 30 days to sell bonds after a certain time. So when the state board approves it on October, I think it's 9th, maybe, we're planning on selling bonds a few days before our October 16th. I think on the 15th, October 15th, then we bring a resolution off of that sale on the 16th to you all to vote on. So I'll probably need a special meeting on the 15th, 16th to actually approve those. So, and then bond funds won't actually come into November at that point. So it's stretching us pretty thin on that. So that's why this resolution is here. Typically, we wouldn't have to have this for you, so. And this is-
Any other questions? Yes, sure.
I move the LRSD Board of Education approve the attached reimbursement resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that the LRSD Board of Education approve the attached reimbursement resolution. Any question?
When does it end? Like, does this have an end date on it, your
Yeah,
ability to draw from it?
once we get our bond funds.
So, okay, I just didn't, maybe I didn't
Yeah.
understand that in the contract, thank you.
It's been moved and properly. Any other comments, questions? And moved and properly second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. 7.3 fiscal year budget.
Yeah. Just to clarify, we wouldn't use it after our bond funds, so get here, so. Hopefully we want to use it all, but. All right, let's see where we want to start on here. I think I'm gonna just jump into our PowerPoint real quick. Got a new name for you, Director Mason.
We noticed that, Mr.
We kind of talked about this in April, May. I think it was optimizing 2.0. And I did a comparison by, we talked about, important versus essential. We're just going to call this essentials. We'll jump right into it real quick here.
We're not driving no more, it's just.
This is essentials now. So we've been surviving, thriving, a lot of stuff. So this is essential. So we talked about that. I mean, this is just a normal mantra here. So the budgetary factors, things we've looked at this previous year, fiscal end results, and we'll look at some of those on spreadsheets along with, we looked at quite a bit during the work session as well. So I think I left a book from Director Hatter, and I put you one up there as well. So you all will get continued education, I think at least an hour and a half, how long that presentation was. So Mr. Trump will get that over to me. But looking at enrollment projection along with current student counts, current and future economic conditions, the tax assessment, of course, we went over that. We'll cover that a little bit too as well. Any school structure, the DESE requirements that are required for us for this upcoming year, employee salaries and benefits, salary schedules, and one of the things, of course, we put in place is continue the wellness policy with the sick leave payout along with stipend enhancements last year, which we did for athletic stipends along with instructional stipends too. We look at administrative initiatives and strategic plans, the board, superintendent, and department administrators, and those feedback we get there, and additional debt service, of course, for this upcoming year, and new legislation, which we have quite a few new legislative things we have to look at. The other factors we look at, of course, the Little Rock standard staffing formula. We have a little bit different for priority schools, the network structure realignment happened, and organization restructuring. So some of that restructuring, of course, saves some district funds based on, reduction of staff. Textbooks adoption, that's a big one usually. We talked about that a little bit in the work session. So last year was about $5 million. This year is about $2.5 million. I think we'll have a larger adoption next year. So that saves us a little bit, but we're looking at those factors. People are jumping on those textbook adoption pretty quick. So I think they're meeting now to talk about next year's adoption. So facility improvements and FF&E, the biggest part projects we currently have is Central High, of course, science, addiction, and field house are open, but we're pretty much finished now with FF&E for those sites, but it did carry over past July. Pinnacle View High School and Park View Auditorium are the major ones right now. I would say Central High field improvement, still baseball field and stuff going on with that, and light enhancement for the football field. But for the most part, those are the major projects we currently have. So. Y'all can tell me if you want me to stop or have any questions on the end of this. So we've covered some of this. So our 2026 property assessment for 24, so it's based on calendar year 24, which we get money in 25, and current 25 assessment to be finished after the end of the calendar year. But current value is about $4.8 billion. which is about 3.42% increase over last year's assessment. This is pretty much the breakdown. So 3.5 is in real estate, and this is billions. 1 billion in personal property, cars, boats, planes, and stuff like that, and utility and public service property about 200. What do you say? Boats, your yachts? Okay. Thank you for all this, Ben. So if you hadn't paid your taxes, October 15th is the deadline to keep from having a late fee. So pay your taxes out there. So if you got to renew your tax, you're gonna have to pay it at that time anyway. So what is a meal? We talked about this. 1 meal equals 1/10 of a cent. So if you have a house that's valued at $100,000, 20% of that is assessed value. So we take that 20,000 times the 0.001, that 1 meal, that's $20. So you can multiply that times 46.4 meals. So total level on a $100,000 house times that 46.4 meals equals $928 of taxes that come to LRSD to help support us. Of course, LRSD levies 46.4 meals. Like 1 meal would, in a perfect environment, produce $4.8 million. That's with 100% collection. So we typically average around 96 to 98% collection rate. We have broken out in 3 different sections, 32 meals, which is for maintenance and operation. The minimum you have to have for all districts in the state is 25 meals. So we have 7 meals beyond that mandated 25. We have 12.4 debt service meals, which produces, you can see what kind of revenue they produce in a perfect 100% collection environment. 2 meals for dedicated maintenance operation, which one goes toward capital outlay and the other one goes toward technology. All right, so school funding. So these are things how we fund for their paper, pencils, and other things operating around the school. Is based on the per pupil funding. So we look at the previous year, October 1st, and we give them a preliminary budget. Early childhood is at $100 a student. They have a few more consumables. Elementary K-5 gets $100 as well. Middle school, $90. High school's $90, and high schools also get $20 additional for 9th graders. All levels get additional $20 for library, 4th through 12th, based on their student enrollment, and teachers, based on, it used to be Act 1573, get $500. That should be pre-K to 6th grade. I missed that, but it's pre-K through 6th grade. Teachers get $500 allocation to spend for consumables. Also, additional funding for schools, journalism. Middle schools get $2,000 to help with yearbooks, and high school get additional $4,000. Plus, the school, if they qualify for Title I, they have Title I along with any school improvement funds with 1003A, and you may have special need categorical funding with ESA, Enhanced Student Achievement money, along with ELL and ALE, and ABC funding if they have pre-K. This is basically what our local revenue is looking like for this year. The majority, of course, are in local taxes here, and you can see the larger collections here. We project about 3.42% increase there, and we pretty much carry that across the board based on last year's collection. So local revenue totals about 223. I would say 200. We're going to round it up 224 million, which is about $7.3 million more than we collected last year. Of course, the more money we collect, usually our state foundation funding percent goes down. A little bit different this year because we have some extra there, but this kind of shows you the difference between here. When we're looking at our report, you're going to see on our summary page, you're going to see a little bit different because we've broken out the dedicated maintenance and operation revenue. Those 2 meals are on the bottom line, and I'll show you that on that summary page as well. These are kind of the overview of what we're looking at here. Nothing, it's between, it's not aggressive, but it's not conservative. It's kind of moderate based on our projection. We are projecting 3%, and hopefully we can hit those budget revenue projections out there. For our state revenue funding for this year, foundation funding is $8,162 of state aid per student based on 3/4 average ADM, average daily membership. So that's all the school kids you have enrolled currently at your school. It's not based on ADA, which is average daily attendance. So this is based on your membership, your enrollment over 3/4. So our 3/4 average for last year was 19,476.55 students over that. So that equates to $38,684,035. We have what's called revenue in lieu of taxes. It calculates as miscellaneous revenue when they're actually doing your state foundation funding. I'll show you that. We actually usually collect, it's usually sent to us by the city in December. Last year we had a collection that was sent a little bit late. For 23, we got it in January of '24, and we got one in December of '24, so it doubled that payment. So we won't have that same scenario this year, but our revenue for last year on the state foundation funding was looking at those two payments. So when I think at the end of this year, we'll actually get another $1 million of actual state foundation funding, because it was reduced by $1 million last year because of those two payments. So that's good. That's why I have it highlighted yellow. So, but right now, that's what our preliminary state aid notice is showing. So that's what we have budgeted there. Alternative learning environment, you can see what we have funded there is $5,212 per student identified. We had 185 students identified last year, which equates for this year $965,000, which is a upward trend of 300,000. So they're doing a better job of capturing that data. I think it's going to be even better this year. We have a new administrator at our Hamilton Learning Academy. So, I mean, we're focused on really capturing all those students in our SIS system. English, any questions so far? Okay. ELL, $375 per identified student. We kind of think this is going to be more than this. I've talked to Dr. Henry today. I think we're going to be well probably over 3,000, but right now we're going to, what's in our budget is a budget about 2,900 students, about $1.1 million. So we may add another $150,000 or so to that funding if all goes well with our October 1st Cycle 2 report. Enhanced student achievement funds, $1,103 per qualified, and we had 14,169 for our students identified, and you can see the money there. So it was an increase of 222,000 over that from last year compared to this year. ESA matching, it's a matching portion, and that's for before and after school, for tutoring and early childhood money or funds. Professional development, 41 times that three-quarter average. You can see we have a little increase of that 56,000, almost 57,000. Other state revenue, decline in enrollment based on, had the decline in enrollment. So went from about, what was it, 899, I think, last year to almost 1.3, which is about $362,000 more than what we received last year. LEARNS Act, no change in that. We're still receiving that money. We hadn't messed up losing in that money, so we want to make sure we keep that 4.4 million. So education compensation, last year we received $807,000. We don't have anything. I don't think we're receiving that unless, if it is, it's going to be a bonus and surprise for us later on. So fingers crossed, but I was told we weren't getting that anymore. So enhanced transportation, $30,123, which is an increase of $13,000. Not much, but that's kind of overview of our state revenue. So basically, state revenue projecting about 79 million this year, about almost 5.8 more than what we had. Well, more than last year. I think that's, let me go back. I don't think I changed that. It's actually, yeah, this is going to be about $5.8 million more than we had last year. And I have that foundation funded highlighted again. Like I said, I think that's going to be about 39,684 or so roughly when we actually get to the end of the year. You can see the other pots of money that we have here based on URT funding. They guarantee 98% of your first 25 mils. So depending on how tax collections come in, that's the part the state would actually kick in additional ALE funding and the other funding that I kind of just covered on some other pages too as well. Any questions so far? The Arkansas Better Chance Early Childhood, I know we have 1,374 slots. We currently hadn't filled all those slots there, but this is the allocated funding. So from the state pot of money, we have 2.1 million, and then we have about 4.9 that we get from federal. Yes, ma'am.
With that Arkansas Better Chance funding, I know I emailed y'all about this week about the changes in the state reimbursements for federal vouchers, and that funds our summer programs and some of our 0 to 2 slots. Is that 4.9 million that we're talking about, because those are federal dollars that flow through the state, or is that something else?
That would be something else, I believe, for the voucher part on here.
Okay.
So it's going to really affect probably the Rockefeller and the Gas Springs that has an infant,
right,
2-year-old programs there. So yeah.
I think Ms. Jones said it was just maybe
Rockefeller maybe. Yeah.
And our summer programs that are like I know Bear Park had a summer program last year, I think, that was partially funded by vouchers.
So we're looking into that.
Is that somewhere in here but that revenue from?
It's gonna be that's on the federal side.
Okay,
Yeah, this is state revenue. I just show you.
Even though it
yeah.
comes through the state, it's still counted as federal?
It's
Okay.
federal revenue, yeah. So even that 4.9 on here is federal, that's why I have it kind of parenthesized here. So really the only state part of this is the 2.1 million. General operating, you're gonna look at these things, so we actually have to show our transfers. We have a lot of in and out transfers, basically transferring from, it's accounting terminology, interfund transfer. So we pay all teacher salaries out of Fund 1,000, but no revenue comes in Fund 1,000, all comes in 2,000. So at the end of the year, we transfer money from Fund 2,000 to cover the deficit in Fund 1,000. You see that on when I go over our fund balance report. So basically our fund overall total is 672, but our fund transfers are 372. So net expenditures for this year on the operating is 294 million. You can see the salaries here. We always talk about the percent the salaries make up, how much we typically say it makes up.
80.
Not quite 80. Used to be
that's
80.
what people typically say.
Oh, yeah, typically say 80, yeah. We're about 70%. Well, we used to be 80%, so we've cut some of those, but you can see the percentages down there as well. So actually about 70, almost 72% on this. So it ranges anywhere between typically 70 and 75% where a service oriented business. So any questions on that? As we look at our federal revenue is 42 million. Of course, we have some scares with some of these federal revenue early in the fiscal year. We may have some additional scares if they don't approve a budget in Congress by the 30th. So hopefully they will. But I think we're guaranteed for this money to flow for this fiscal year here. So like I said, I think we are. So we spend quite a bit of this federal money every month. So we have to wait on reimbursement. So when you have a fund balance that's fairly small, you don't have that cash flow. So we're looking forward to October for tax payments to come in, so we have a larger amount of cash flow out there to take a brunt. So these are all the federal pieces that we have out there. So the major federal, we have a lot of different federal funds we get, but these are the major ones we actually receive in the district. As far as your federal expenditures as well, so you'll notice that revenue is a little bit less than what expenditures are. We had some remaining funds to carry over. Most of those were early childhood funds on the federal side, which they used for summer program this past year. So salaries and benefits on this one is a little bit less. On here is about 60% on our federal expenditures. So purchase services, you can see quite a bit. So a lot of supplemental supplies and things like that. Materials and purchase services and materials and supplies. Not much capital outlay. They don't spend a whole lot on capital outlay. Those are things that are typically over $1,000 or so, and other objects along with transfers are very few. So, all right. So this is very small on mine, but you can see this as well. So it's counting our fund balance and on operating side. So I think this is what everybody want to look at and kind of see. So last year we budgeted almost 14.6 million. We came, was that, let me see, that should be in, I'm sorry on that, I need to change that. We actually ended with 14.596 million last year. No, it wasn't budgeted. We had budgeted a little bit more. We came in about 900 and some thousand under what we actually budgeted last year. Our fund 2,000, so you have two fund balances there. Both of them are operating. So the 14 million that we're projecting for this year includes some categorical funding and other state funds out there, but our fund 2001 is our purely general operating fund that has no obligations for like special spending requirements like categorical funds. So we're in the black, but barely. But I'll take it. So because last year we were $8.5 million in the red. So we still have about $3 million of vacant positions that's in this year's budget. We still have about 100, and I think when I did budget presentation 2 weeks ago, we had 123. We still have about 119, 120 vacancies out there. So we're looking back through those, especially with enrollment down, to see how many of those positions may be eliminated that's currently not filled. So a lot of them are sped positions, a lot of sped aides and some sped teachers as well. So we have a few other specialty teachers available out there. So that's positive. It's not as good as we wanted to see, but we're not in the red. So, and hopefully we can make that difference up with some of those vacancies, along with that $1 million in additional foundation funding and any other grants we may be able to get secured this year. Question? So I don't think I'll bore you with these. These are all the different things. So you all get a summary page. I was talking to, I think Dr. Ross before the meeting, and maybe somebody else. We used to present a budget. And our budget that we submit, I mean, I do a roll-up for you all for, it's called a board budget report. But if I did the regular just budget, it would probably be about 1,100 pages. Because it breaks it out by every fund, by every function, by every location. And these are the budget elements that we look at. So when we're looking at any expense, every expense we spend, and we spend $1, it has all these elements on there that we have to account for. So each one of those elements stands for something different. And I got some more stuff here for you as well, just talking about the different sources of fund and function. I've covered that in the past. You also have, that I attached again on this is our financial analysis, which we covered, Mr. Jack Trumper covered for us as well. You all have a book too, so if you were absent, I think I put a book in front of you, so if you don't have one, I can get you another one, but this attached as well. So it's some good information. It shows the stuff, you know, some historical pieces of our tax collection, where we compare as far as millage rates and different other things amongst other districts around the state. Along with this one as well, the Arkansas K-12 school finance. So this is some very informative information here. I'll tell you to go read it. If you hadn't read it, I know we covered most of this, a lot of this. I won't say most of it, but a lot of it in our last meeting. So,
And I was glad to get that information. I really was.
It's
It
good.
helped a lot.
Favorite meeting ever.
So you can refer back to that. I won't bore you and go over the same stuff. I will pull up a spreadsheet for you as well to kind of show you these. Well, I guess I need to pull up what you have before you. So all this, of course, is attached here. I'm gonna blow it up a little bit larger on my screen. You all may be able to see it a little bit better. But basically what we have here, you'll notice a difference here. When I was talking about a total, compared to that 223 I had on the other page, we have about 9.2 million, 9.3 million that's actually down here in this revenue for dedicated maintenance operation. We break this up amongst the local tax revenue. It all comes in on taxes, but because our two dedicated mills, we just keep it separate on the summary page for reporting purposes. Within that, you have about $9 million of transfer that transfers amongst what's called Fund 5,000. When we go down to the bottom, this kind of shows you your fund balance here. The fund balance overall decreased, but that's based on the federal fund grant going down. So we spent a majority of those federal funds during the summer. Like I said, that was mainly early childhood federal grants. We typically don't have that much of a carryover in federal funds in a given year, but we did this past year, so because they had plans on spending some of that during the summer. But your overall operating fund balance is in the black for this fiscal year, for this budget year, so hopefully we can add a little bit more to that and get that fund balance back up to a little more healthier amount. I would say 20 million would be probably a minimum we want to look at having it at, so.
You have a question?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the amount we are in the black, that 15,649,000 minus 14,715?
Yes, it's only about $15,000. It's not much. Yeah.
$15,000? Oh, well.
Yeah. Now, like I said, we have $3 million of vacant positions budget in our budget right now, so that's gonna account for some. We also took in consideration, we added about 700,000, I think it was 700,000 for our debt service, additional debt service payment for interest only that will be paid in February. There's also another $1 million added for increased health care costs that's gonna take effect January 1st. So contribution goes from $234.50 to $350 for health care.
Okay.
And I'm gonna show you that in 1 second.
Two other quick questions.
Yes, ma'am.
For our grants like Magnet, the buses, is that all in like, I had it pulled up like a special, that 6,000 or 6 something fund, the federal grants fund?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's like outside of, is it on this budget?
It is, let me.
Okay.
Go.
But as you get grants that you don't anticipate, are those like essentially budget neutral, like it's money in, money out, and so that doesn't affect our overall kind of fund balance? Is that how that works?
So you're gonna have fund balance on operating, you have fund balance on, your grant's gonna have fund balance. We have one on capital improvement, we have one on child nutrition, so they're separate fund balances.
Okay.
So when you're looking at this summary here, And we pretty much have concentrated on operating because that's what we have the autonomy to really spend on.
Right.
These grants, the other federal funds are designated for a specific purpose. And you see these decrease here. So that's why the overall right here decreased because we had federal fund, but
Right.
what we were looking at is our operating or net legal fund balance. So
But like, that's the fund where the magnet grant would have come through, or the buses would have come
Through
through.
the
or-
federal,
okay,
yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
the Federal
So
grants
when-
line right there, okay. But it just doesn't show on here because,
So once I
It
scroll past that summary page, it shows all our budgeted
Oh, okay.
revenue
Yeah.
sources, which we have a lot of them. So you can see every federal revenue source we have, and I can break it out, try to break it
no,
out.
this
a
is
better-
just, and I know.
I got you.
I try not to say this out loud in the meeting, but this is what I don't have time to go through. We get it one day in advance. Like, that is the hard thing for me, is that I have time to look through this 2-pager and the presentation, but it's really hard to find time to
I got
do
you.
due diligence on
Well,
this.
there's a question of due diligence, and then there's a question of micromanaging. I mean, you and I aren't accountants, so we see a number, we can't change it. I mean, it would be foolish of us to tell Kelsey, change this.
I can't change it either, because
And so, you know,
Yeah.
there's really,
Yeah.
there's a certain amount of diligence involved, there's also a certain amount of reality involved. And
So-
that reality being, there's not a lot we can do about changing the budget.
So let
once
me-
it's
let me-
voted on
Well,
and here.
there are, not on the income side, but on the expenses side.
Well, yeah, we
potentially,
could-
yeah,
we
you
could
know,
do some.
I think that's where,
So the only part we can change really on this is projection for property taxes, and I mean, it's based on historical, and we try to budget out. So all the federal grants, we actually get notice on what we actually plan on receiving. Now, if there,
right.
we don't put any estimates out there, so I don't have any, even on our capital improvement, because the state board hadn't approved our bonds and we hadn't sold them yet. I don't have that 75 million budget out here. Once we get all that approval and we come back before you, because you all may decide to reject the bond, the bid they come in, so I don't want to put a budget out there, and hopefully we wouldn't do that because we got projects going on, but for the most part, the autonomy, we don't have much autonomy on adjusting the revenue sources. We do have some on expenses, but expenses are set usually almost a year in advance. So the things, I mean, once we issue contracts, those people are there. So what we're running, typically the budget process, what we're doing on personnel budget, I'm trying to get rid of as many vacancies out there that aren't true vacancies before we actually load it into the budget. So we start off with about 500 vacancies. We got down to about 100. So we have a lot of changes out there. So we go through them, we make calls, our person make calls to every principal to see, and we're looking at different data because we don't want to present something to you that's inflated. Plus, we don't want to present something that's a deficit, that didn't have to be a deficit because we had, excess vacancy out there. At that point, for the most part, the autonomy, the budget is pretty much set. So when y'all are talking about Hall and the different things we're talking about now, those things are timely now because it takes us 6 months to start planning on moves and doing other things like that and actually, making personnel changes. So budget never stops. It's just a presentation to upload for the state. So we constantly looking at budget year round. So all the decisions that you all make or what we present to you all, those are all budgetary factors. So yes, ebb and flow. So I guess so. They must be telling me it's time to go. All right, but you all have all the detail. I'm gonna go down to the fund balance as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Well, at this point, so this is not for an answer for tonight, but in the months ahead, depending on what we do with Hall, with the discussion we had tonight.
Yes, sir.
If we would go forward with the plan that we talked about, and we come back and, after, as the more detailed plan we're gonna get later, I'd be really curious for us to know in a year or so, what's the comparison? What's the comparison for the money that we spent on those students, at Hall, and also those other programs that are gonna be in the building, compared to just what we're doing now, and particularly since we're talking about the potential to move out of 2 buildings and move into this 1 building, and we would be saving, if depending on what we did with those buildings, since what you all have reported to us are not really high quality buildings, and we may be liquidating them, we wouldn't have the operating expenses for those 2 extra buildings. And if we are only $14,000 in the black, which thank goodness we're in the black, I don't want to minimize that, but the kind of savings that sounds to me that we'd be talking about by consolidating some programs and having a different thing could be significant compared to that.
It will be, definitely.
Director Adams, I think that really aligns with a question I was like, I'll just hold on this and ask it later, but it's really about like what is, like, viewing the budget in just the categories is hard when it breaks down to like what is the budget for a school or what is the budget for a service line or a program. And I think that's what is hard for us to, for at least for me. I know, like, if I worked at a hospital, for example, I would have a department and I would have a departmental budget and be able to see that, whereas the whole organization would have, you know, expenses for pens or, you know, whatchamacallits across the whole entity. But I think when we're making these kind of like very granular scalpel, like hopefully budget cuts, it's really hard to see that in the big budget for me.
So that's
Yeah.
usually what we're spending a lot of time on as well. So like for this instance, I think this is what you all were covering earlier. So when we run this, I mean, the average high school per pupil cost is about $10,200. You have one high school
Right.
maybe $9,200, another one $11,000, but this is the average between excluding Hall out of here.
Right.
So when we're looking at these pieces here, I mean, you know, it's off. So we can start looking at that. But you have a school that may be similar size, but you may have more novice teachers there that are making $50,000 or $51,000 versus somewhere else that has more seasoned teachers that's been there 15 plus years. So not necessarily their per pupil something is going on. You just have to look at all that staff. When we're looking at per pupil costs of staffing profiles, we're looking at. So I'll run a report later on once we get October 1st numbers in. So it'll show enrollment. We'll look at free and reduced is going to be pretty much static because we're CEP now. But we'll look at LEP, English language learners, along with SPED population and kind of see, because those are going to drive up, you know, higher ratios. So if you have a higher population of SPED, you know, the class are going to be 10 to 1 in some of the CBI or resource classes. So yeah. But yeah, that's kind of what we look at. So some of the things did you have another question, or was somebody else have a question?
That's all I had right now.
Okay. So I know we looked at these spreadsheets as well, so we covered a lot of this, and this is kind of, years, I've been here 16 years, so I have a lot of spreadsheets that I go across and kind of look at trends and different things on growth, and we look at this assessment growth, kind of where we are. Hopefully we're at a point where we're going to be looking at a minimum of 3% assessment growth. That helps quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the things we want to look at as well. So, I mean, we changing ADM, so we've been losing ADM. So we have history, we have data out there, so we have to make, you know, we talked about data-driven decisions. If you don't look at the data and make a decision based on that, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the leg at certain times. So we don't do things by gut feelings. We look at this data here when we're making suggestions. So
Is the 309 that you've got projected there, is that just the trend line?
that's for last year. So from the previous ADM versus last year ADM, but last year ADM is what this year budget is based on.
Okay, yeah.
So when we're looking at enrollment now, which I ran today, I showed you all this, I think on the 13th, this is kind of what we're looking at now. So let me look at my note. We have 1,374 slots, but we're over the amount of slots. So all those slots aren't filled, but we have 1,400 pre-K, which is 80 less than what we had, you know, October 1st of last year. When we're looking at, you know, the elementary side, we're down about 330 students. Middle school, 158, high school. So as of today, and this is not official, it'll change, you know, it changes daily. Hopefully it'll come back up. It's gone up and gone down some, but 641 down, 721.
And I know there's money attached to it, but when you look at them with the individual grades, they're not, I mean, yeah, they're falling, but they're not horrible falls, some of them.
So the
But
things
then
we
it all
probably,
adds up.
you want to look at like this 9th grade, you know, you have 153 less. We talked about 3rd grade retention as well, so I'm not sure if this, hopefully we won't have many that's retained, but we just kind of have to see on those, so.
Can you scroll down one more time, 3, after 158, middle, and 152?
So we'll update these till we get official numbers, but we looked at employee, what our average teacher cost for this year. It's $67,000 is average salary. These are associated benefits, so when we're costing out the average teacher for Little Rock, just round up and say $86,000 if you were talking to somebody, so. We looked at FTE counts over the years where we come from, and you can see where the district was. I started in 2009, so we had a few more than that. We had 4,200 employees. So we made some significant reductions. So even last year, so we had about 130 vacancies. Last year during budget time, we had 123 when we went in this time. So
I know you're looking at the money, but you don't have to sound gleeful when you say we reduced it by this much. We don't want to.
no, we don't want to, yeah, but we knew we were gonna reduce it because of the DSEG wind down as well, because
Yeah.
we lost students from the county and North Little Rock, so it's always hard. I mean, we've talked about, no one wants to talk, CFO doesn't want to talk about reduction and that all the time. That's not, I mean, my job is to make sure we have the resources we need to be successful as a district without being in fiscal distress or, in staying fiscally solvent, so.
I haven't said enough to you in the past year how much I appreciate the way you present these things to us and the way you and your department stay on top of it.
Yeah,
It has to be done that way.
Yeah.
If we're going to make any kind of informed decisions about anything.
So you all as well have supported us along with the principals and administrators and, the cabinet staff as well. So it's a whole group effort. So especially when you're reducing down this, because it means that we're doing typically, we have more responsibility with less people. Because responsibilities didn't go away, and I mean, the needs of the students have increased, especially after the pandemic, so. But, I mean, all these things we can look at. I don't know if y'all have any additional questions, but like I said, budget never stops for us because we're constantly, especially when you're in this type of decline, you constantly have to keep looking at staffing. So like I said, 72% of our budget is staffing, so when we're concentrating, looking at staffing or talking about staffing, that's why. It's a little bit in facilities, but, when we're looking at Hall, combining those sites helps us with personnel, whether it's security, whether it's cafeteria, whether it's nursing staff. That's why we short on a lot of those areas, because I mean, if you're already short in nursing and you spread them out amongst all these locations, we have 40 locations in smaller locations, you don't get any bang for your buck like that, so.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Chair told me this.
I move the LRSD Board of Education approve the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Second.
It's been moved and probably second that the LRSD Board of Education approve the fiscal year 2026 budget. Any question, concerns, or apprehension? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we're going to move forward to 9.1, participation in the Falconberry lawsuit. Okay. The board will entertain the chair will entertain a motion, absolutely.
Go ahead.
I'd like
Come
to.
on up.
Yes, come on up for the comment
ready.
portion. Go ahead, and then we can do comment.
I'd like to move that we table this discussion, and then I have a comment at the appropriate time.
So, do we have a?
Motion dies for lack of a second, the way
Yeah.
I see it.
Do we have a second? Okay, no second. Okay, it dies. Okay.
I move that we, where'd the motion go? I move, where is it?
Oh, you don't have one, huh? It depends on the.
It's not in there.
It's really
I gotta make one up on the fly. Okay, I move that the board direct the Friday firm to make every effort to attach us to the Falconberry case. Is that specific enough?
Except for one thing, there's a state court
Maybe we
case and
need
a
to hear.
federal court
Oh,
case.
to
And
the-
my report to the board focused on the federal court case.
Well, the federal court case is what I'm interested in, because I don't know how the state case will go, so I know what you think.
The case has been on hold for quite a while they argue about sovereign immunity. It's still in the Supreme Court.
All right, that was my motion clear?
Okay.
The
So
Friday
it's
firm.
been moved and,
Go ahead.
you tell me. It's been moved and probably second that the board direct the Friday firm to make every effort to attach us to the federal court case,
The Falconberry case.
okay? The federal Falconberry case.
I used to have
Is that
these
right?
numbers handy, but I don't right now.
Well, and let me,
Clarify.
yeah, let me ask for.
Questions, clarification? Yes, sir.
Because we talked about two possibilities that would each entail attaching ourselves to the case, and one was intervention and one was to be in a position to file friend of the court briefs
Intervention.
where helpful or necessary.
We'll add intervention to the motion too.
Wait, he just changed his motion.
Had it even been seconded? She said it was, but had it been?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was a second.
Board members, you have a motion pending on the floor. If you want to amend it, you can certainly do that. You would then procedurally vote the amendment, and if the amendment succeeds, it adds into your main motion.
Hold our feet to the fire.
As a housekeeping matter, you might want to hear from Mr. Heller first.
I'm impatient
before
because I know Anna's going to
before you
jump.
on making amendments.
Well, and that's, I came primarily to answer your questions. Not much has happened since I wrote a memo a month ago about the federal court Falconberry case. The plaintiffs have responded to the state's motion to dismiss, and plaintiff's lawyer Richard Mays has asked for a hearing on the motions about a week ago. There's also a pending motion by a parent group to intervene as a defendant on what would be the other side of the case from what we would do if we do it. So those things are pending, and that's so nothing has really changed since I wrote that memo.
What is the motion that we need to amend? Would you read it to me again? The motion that was seconded?
I have a question.
So the motion is that the LRSD Board of Education would direct the Friday firm to attach us, to make every effort to attach us to the federal court case, Falconberry lawsuit.
I'd like to do a wholesale amendment, a big one. Change the whole wording. I move that we direct the Friday firm to seek we ask the Friday firm to seek intervention in the case Falconberry et al. Versus ADE et al. Case number 425 CV 0592 DPM, which is a federal case. And I think that's all I want to do.
Seek intervention
Yes.
into the federal case.
Yes.
And what is the case number?
4:25-CV.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Could you speak a little slower?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you couldn't hear me. I thought, what?
Okay, it's just, it's probably like, okay. 425
CV.
C, that's a B. 592.
It is late. I'm a little punch drunk.
Okay. All right.
Now, we're trying to amend the motion, so I proposed an amendment, so
Okay.
that needs to be seconded.
Okay, is there a second?
Thanks, sir.
So it's been moved and properly second to amend the motion to direct the Friday firm to seek intervention into the federal case number 4:25CV592-DPM. Is that correct?
D. Price Marshall is
All
the
right.
judge, yes.
Okay.
I would like the chair's permission to speak to this motion and also to invite Mr. Heller as necessary as I speak.
Okay. Granted.
In my view, I think it's apparent to anybody who looks very closely. The federal administration and the state administration both have public education in their sights. They are not interested in public education continuing except for the poorest and the hardest educated. They want everybody who can afford it to go somewhere else. And if you can't afford it, they're going to give you money to do it, and they're going to take the money from us. That's just unacceptable to me, and it ought to be unacceptable to y'all. If, as I've heard others say, two others as a matter of fact, one up here and one out there, she, who must not be named, the governor will retaliate if this goes in any way against her. But retaliation's illegal, isn't it, Chris? And we can sue her for that. There's not a downside to this.
Did Chris say that?
No, he didn't say that, I'm saying it. I don't see a downside to this. I think I've said what I need to say. I didn't have to ask you
Okay,
anything.
so Chris, okay, so the downside to this, I hear Mr. Director Rose say, and it is late, it's time to go.
Yeah, well,
Say that he doesn't see a downside. What do you see?
well, our request for intervention could be denied.
Well, yes.
So we could spend money on something that goes nowhere. If it's denied, there's a good possibility we would nevertheless be allowed to file amicus briefs. But that's one thing, and we could fight that for a long time. And I always say, you know, lawsuits can be a distraction. This one may be less so than some of the employment cases we have that involve our people in our schools in a significant way. You know, this one would be at a different level that we talk about here from time to time. Or we could be granted intervention, spend more time and money and lose the case. So those are always the potential downsides of
always.
litigation. So, yeah.
Other downsides that do not directly reflect the outcome or the input specific to.
Well, it depends, you know, as Mr. Rose pointed out, it's probably going to affect our relationship with the Department of Education and the governor's office, and
we don't have a very good relation with it anyway. It can't get a lot worse.
So you said affect our relationship. How so?
I just want to say from the administrative standpoint, I don't know that that's necessarily true.
What's not true?
We don't have a relationship.
You know, despite our differences, I am able to get certain things sometimes that.
If you couldn't get those things after a successful outcome to the suit, and you couldn't get those things then, you sue again. Retaliation's against the law.
Okay, so I just wanted your input on that. What I think I heard the superintendent say is that some people perhaps think that there is contention, but perhaps not. That is not the case. Perhaps there are things that we're able to get that we need.
There's definitely
we have
contention.
a working relationship.
There's definitely differences of opinions about a lot of stuff,
Okay.
but our working relationship with the State Department is in a very good place.
Okay.
But it's not returning the money to us that would be here for our students.
Okay, in a very good place. So go ahead. Coming from that standpoint, I mean, I think it's important for us to be authentic. I mean, we have to look at everything, and we want to make sure. I mean, the administration knows what the administration knows. We know what we know. So we want to make sure everything is out there. So we're in a good place specific to that. So go ahead, Chris. You're saying that it could negatively impact.
Well,
How so?
I imagine nobody likes to be sued, right? So,
Right.
I mean, it's certainly not going to help if we do that, but there are issues, I mean, sometimes there are issues you feel compelled to raise. So that's the question. Is it, do we have a chance for a successful intervention? I think we do, but it's not a given. It's not easy. We have to show that something about what's happening through various aspects of the LRSD Act is actually damaging us at this point. The plaintiffs have raised issues about the Establishment Clause and the Equal Protection Clause. And I've talked with the lawyer for the plaintiffs, Richard Mays, and he thinks we're likely to be in harmony on those things. That's one of the things I told you all that I would check on, because not every plaintiff or party, defendant included, welcomes intervention, but they would in this case, in either of those cases. And as I mentioned, there's a group, I think, lined up to try and intervene on the other side. They've already filed their motion and their response to the lawsuit. So, but you can see also these things tend to be drag out for a long time. So it's not going to be a quick solution to anything. It'll be a year or two, probably at least. I think the state court case has been held up for about a year, just on an interlocutory appeal about sovereign immunity. This one will probably go faster than that, so.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to say out loud that I am strongly opposed to our district joining this lawsuit. I have spent a lot of time the past few weeks talking with attorneys who are engaged in activist litigation like this. And I'm not opposed to the idea of activist litigation, right? That's how America moves forward, right? People come to make sure that our country is standing up for the rights of people. And I think that that is a wonderful thing to do. And I have spoken with people who are experts in constitutional law. The consensus from the attorneys I have talked to is that the constitutional arguments in a federal case here are not strong. That we would, even if we happened to win at the state level on this, it would go to it would be appealed, and it would go to the 8th Circuit, where we have zero chance of winning this right now. And if for some reason that happened and it went to the Supreme Court, I think what would happen is we would be setting incredibly bad precedent for our country in how our tax dollars can be utilized and how those can be put forth in our country. And I'll let you finish, Mr. Rose. So I would like that if you would respect me to do
Thank
the
you
same.
guys for that. Thanks so much for being able to do that.
My understanding from the attorneys.
I'm serious.
Okay. My understanding from attorneys that I have talked to is that right now the federal court cases and state court cases around vouchers and using tax dollars for private education are very complex and patchwork, and that we don't even have a brief on the merits of the case, on the likelihood of success, like an actual analysis of that. We have not seen the attorney or the main plaintiffs in this, Anika Whitfield and whoever else is. I know she likes to come in here and generally kind of, do her activist thing in here. I don't know who's funding the current lawsuit. Are we just being looked at to come bring the Friday firm to the table with this one attorney who's taken on this case? The folks I've talked to have estimated $300,000 to participate in a lawsuit like this over the coming years, and with a $15,000 positive margin in our budget, I think it is financially negligent for us to go down a path of a lawsuit that has a likelihood in our court system in the United States of America of having an outcome that does not support public education in the end. And that, I think at minimum, before we make a decision on this, we as a board need to see a comprehensive legal brief with a comprehensive presentation from Mr. Heller and his team on the merits of the case, our likelihood of success. I would like to see Anika Whitfield and the other plaintiffs and Mr. Mays in this room. And I would like to understand the actual claims, the defenses, and the type of immunity we are seeking in this, because I just feel like we don't have actual information about what it really and truly means to join a federal lawsuit at this point in time.
Okay, other comments or questions?
I have a question.
Other comments or questions
So
on this end? Ms. Johnson.
if we do nothing and the plaintiffs win this lawsuit, are there any benefits for us?
Well, there could be. It depends on, what win means in this situation, on what claims and for what reasons, and what the remedy is going to be. But if the remedy is, for example, to declare the funding, LEARNS Act voucher funding, unconstitutional, that theoretically could have a benefit for us. I mean, that would be the main argument we would make, would probably be a financial argument, as well as maybe just upholding the provisions of the Arkansas Constitution, as we've done before, for example, in the Lakeview case. Okay. We could get some benefit from that.
Okay.
And actually, Ms. Johnson, we would have to show that. I mean, we would have to show, to be permitted to intervene, we would have to show that we have standing, which would entail showing that something about this is causing us harm, and that harm's related to the LEARNS Act, and that a successful resolution of the lawsuit would alleviate that harm. So we would have to make that showing on the front end.
It's my turn again, Ann.
Hold on, let me go.
Well, mine was a direct response to that, if that's allowed.
Well, you wouldn't let me let direct response to you, so.
Well, not in the middle of me talking. I just would like to say there, even if they won, there is absolutely no guarantee that the state would choose to put LEARN's voucher dollars back into our public schools. I guarantee you those would go into tax cuts or other things that are being line itemed right now. There is absolutely zero guarantee that those would have to go back into public schools somewhere somehow. We already have a funding formula that directs how we get dollars from the state and the federal government or the state government and there's no guarantee that that would change in any positive way for our
Not concerned
district.
about the formula at all. If there are people out there who took their vouchers to go to private school and to go to charter schools, and when they get their voucher, don't get their voucher next year, they'll come back here because they won't have anywhere to go. It is ridiculous for it is ridiculous for your attorney associates to say that we would be establishing a precedent that would be detrimental to public education funding. It's detrimental to public education funding the way it is right now, and we need to make an effort to fix that. I think it's incumbent upon us to make an effort to fix that.
Let's come around to the comments. Ms. Hatter had one?
Mine is just more for like clarification. Will we be able to show injury, like that there's an impact, a financial impact? And I don't even, for some reason, I'm thinking of a friend of mine who used to serve on the board, and I don't want to talk too much, but will we be able to show that given the amount that we get base funding and because these folks, not saying these folks, I don't want people to be offended, but the base funding that we get is different compared to our surrounding districts and folks in the rural areas and things of that nature. And our revenue come from our Little Rock citizens, truly funds the majority of our public education in Little Rock. Would that be safe to say that like our citizens in Little Rock, Arkansas, when they pay their...
There's a formula that takes all that into account. So we get what Mr. Bailey put up on the screen, $8,000 some odd dollars per student, essentially.
We get $2,000 from the state and $8,000 from our city.
I just need a little bit more. I'm not against it because I feel like I don't have all the information, but then I don't know. It feels like this feels like an equation that I just don't, and I know it's law, right? That's the whole point is to,
But we got we do have a motion on the floor, so we
Well,
will have
but
to do something.
here's the question, I guess, Ms. Hatter, is what I'd understood I'd been asked to do is to just come answer questions about the cost and the likelihood of being able to intervene and whether the plaintiffs would welcome it and all that. I did not want to spend the time and money to draft an intervention motion to which a complaint would have to be attached, which would show all of the issues that we would raise. I could do that as a next step if that's what.
That involves money that would be for nothing.
Yeah,
perhaps.
that's what yeah.
Well, it could be if the board decided not to follow,
Right.
not to pursue it, but.
The question about, never mind, I lost my train of thought.
well, my question was around showing the injury.
Oh, yeah, right. All we have to do to show any kind of injury is get the list of people who, in Little Rock, who took vouchers, the kids who got vouchers in their name, go back and see if they were enrolled here last year or the year before, and there's the injury right there. That's money that we lost. Why are you shaking your head, Anna?
I'm not,
No, please, tell me.
There's no guarantee those students would have come back to our district in the next
Of
year.
course there's no
There are
guarantee, but we're going to argue that they would have.
I just think it's a weak argument.
I don't.
all right.
Norma, Ms. Johnson, did you have a question or comment? I thought I saw your hand.
I'm trying to rely on a legal expert.
I love it.
I am familiar with lawsuits, and you definitely have to have
Expertise.
everything in order.
Absolutely.
So Chris, what do you think we should do? I mean, do you, personally, I would like to start my own lawsuit. I don't want to piggyback on somebody else's lawsuit because I can go in knowing what I'm doing or what we're doing, and we can start it from scratch on. I don't particularly care about piggybacking on because we don't know what they've done, what they said, what all they, their emotions, we don't know all of that information. And so to piggyback on somebody and you don't have all the information, I think you just kind of, shooting at the
Well,
dark.
I mean, I've got all that information. There's not
Yep.
that much to it at this point. There's a complaint, there's a motion to dismiss, there's a response and a reply. And that's it for what the main parties have done. So, and I think I sent you all with my memo a copy of their reply, which shows kind of what the issues are and where they stand now. So, but there would still be other things we could do. Our complaint and intervention there was probably some other issues I would think about, including in our complaint. And the types of things like Ms. Strong's right, the results have been kind of mixed around the country, but in some of the better known cases, for example, Arizona, there's a case in 2009 that says the voucher program violates the Arizona Constitution. It's got some provisions similar to the Arkansas Constitution. And then in 2025, the same thing, that the voucher program in Ohio violates the Ohio Constitution. So that one's just been appealed. But those were both state court cases. And
Can't we just talk to the
you
governor?
can include, of course, state court issues in a federal court case, as the plaintiffs in this case have done. They've got an issue under the Arkansas Constitution.
We had another question. I'm sorry, on this side. Did you have
Just one more
something
question.
else?
Can we
Ms.
just not ask the governor to repeal that law? I mean, that ain't
That's what
funny.
we're-
I'm
that's what a
serious.
lawsuit
Can we
does.
just, can we just send her a letter? Can we just try to do that?
one
Has
of my-
anybody tried to do that
One
yet?
of my funniest moments in the law firm, Ms.
Who said
Johnson,
something?
was listening to a guy, walking past his office, listening to him on the phone with a client, talking about, we're going to do this, and we're going to sue him, and we're going to sue, and the client finally says, how much is this going to cost? And then the next question was, couldn't we just write him a nasty letter? So,
Have we tried that?
I don't know if anybody's tried that.
It wouldn't
I think
cost you but a stamp to write a
hotly
letter.
debated during the legislative session, so.
Or ask your legislators.
Okay, we had another question. Is that? are
I'm
you
done,
good?
yeah,
Okay,
I'm done.
a question? Go to Adam.
Chris, you touched on some of where I was concerned about. I'm trying to think about how the federal courts have responded to these arguments in the past, and trying to wonder about our chances of having any kind of positive outcome based on that. Could you elaborate some on that?
Yeah, it's as Ms. Strong said, it's complicated, it's mixed, there are all kinds of cases, but you can look at one of the most recent decisions that everyone here is familiar with on the Ten Commandments by Judge Brooks, and he kind of summarizes a lot of the development of the law around First Amendment issues and religion issues. And I think what he says would be kind of helpful to us, his interpretation of the law. And the plaintiffs relied pretty heavily on that in their response to the state's motion to dismiss. But, these arguments are certainly far from certain, and, the Eighth Circuit's a conservative court, the Supreme Court's a conservative court, so, but there is case law to support these types of cases, and there are some facts that stand out in this case that, I'm just going from the plaintiff's brief, so, but they say, for example, there are 120-some schools that are eligible for the voucher program, and 80% of them or more are religious schools. So, that's a fact that stands out. Another fact is that the payment, there's always the question of what's an independent parental choice versus something the government is doing. And in this case, the parents don't get the money. I mean, they pick the school, but the appropriation goes to the schools from the state. So those are some of the issues that plaintiffs have highlighted that would weigh in their favor, but it's, it's a difficult case to make.
Well, can I make, before we go on, I just want to make a comment. And I take, I take Ms. Strong's concerns very seriously, but I find myself leaning toward participating, and this is why, when there's an injustice in our country, there's several places we can do, and I believe this is an injustice that undercuts in the long run the public education system, to take the state's limited funds and to put them toward religious education, which I think is philosophically wrong. I do agree that there's no reason to expect that if this was stopped, that those funds would come to us. But I do worry for two things, for its impact on the Little Rock School District and other traditional public schools. One is, I worry that as this program explodes, which it has and which it looks like it will compared to other states, that it will impact the pot of money that can go to lots of different things, including traditional public schools, and where there could be pressure to change some of the formulas and change some of the state aid we have because of that. The other thing that I worry is that it will encourage more and more families, basically paying them to not go to our school, and that makes it more difficult in the long run. With that kind of a system where we get, as I spoke with Mr. Bailey earlier in the last couple of weeks, we get about $2,000 for foundation funding, and we get about a little over $1,100 for categorical funding. So let's say $3,200 a student, but the state is paying around $7,000 a student in the voucher system. So it's over double, there for somebody to go somewhere else. So, in our system, we could go to the executive branch and plead our case, but I think that there's no reason to think that would be effective, because this is a signature thing that the governor or our current executive, has sponsored. And I think that our concerns, despite the advocacy of our local legislators, the concerns at the legislature fell on deaf ears for the majority of the legislature. And so the only place to go to remedy would be the judicial system. And perhaps that won't work either. But it seems like that's the only place we have a chance.
I've got a hot interjection I'd like to
to do that, which has a chance, which is really, to me, it's playing the long game. It's like it may not help us in the short run, but other judicial efforts, the civil rights efforts and things like that, it took years sometimes to get the remedy and get justice. And, it took many court cases and tries and building up things until things were made right. So I find myself leaning toward doing what we can to try to speak for the right.
An absolute clincher. Everyone up here except the superintendent took an oath. I swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States. And this is clearly unconstitutional.
Yeah.
And that's as far as I need to go with it. I think if you're willing to stand up and just forswear yourself, I can't do anything about that.
Anyway, that's where I'm at. I think there's, I do think that the current administration, it it could make it difficult to work with them. I think that's a risk. And it may be difficult to deal with that, because, you know, you can not work with somebody in lots of ways that are hard to deal with.
Right.
But I just wonder about the big picture.
Okay, Director Callaway?
I think it's a probability. However, I feel that if we don't do something, we're dealing with probabilities here. What probably could happen, what probably couldn't happen. Now, whether or not we're going to stand up and decide that we're going to say, hey, this is wrong. We have to decide that as a district, as a board. This is wrong. We will probably suffer because people are vindictive these days and quite lawless, to say the least.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's whether or not you want to take that chance. Now, in the 60s and 70s, people took that chance. Some people lost their lives, and we're having people that are losing their lives every day in the South. Recently, I got a chance, I didn't get a chance, but I traveled through the South, all the way to the East Coast or whatever, and the feeling that I got going through Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia, and those kind of places like that, it's a growing groundswell of possibly there's going to be a serious misunderstanding, period, in the South because of all of the rhetoric that has been spit out by the current administration that has extended to this, to our area, okay? And it's just like, okay, if you all sit there and be quiet, I might give you a couple of crumbs. But if you say something, I'm gonna take the crumbs anyway. It's no might, I'm gonna take more from you. Because they are bullies and they blackmail.
I think it was, okay. Was that?
Huh?
Where you finished?
Y'all just want me to shut up, don't you?
No, actually, I just need a little rest. You know, I gotta go to work.
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
I don't wanna, you know, I don't wanna cut anybody off. I just wanna
There are a
make
lot of
sure
working
everybody
people
has
in
a
the
fair.
Yeah, you right about that,
You
but
know,
I
it's
don't.
kind of rough. Was there anything else pertinent? Okay. Come on.
Dr. Wright, Mr. Bailey, where do we get $300,000?
We don't have it.
We don't have it. We could borrow it. We could build a Friday firm.
I'm very serious
I
about
am
this
too.
question. I would like to know how we pay legal fees to have a federal court case that will go through rounds of appeals, probably potentially up to the Supreme Court.
Have yard sales.
Your opinion on that's the same as mine. You don't know.
Well,
No,
so
I mean, I'm serious. That my duty to my duty to our school district is
What
to
would
keep our
your response
academics
be to
moving in
that?
the right
Mr.
direction
Bailey?
and keep our budget.
Mr. Bailey, what
Where,
is there?
where can we get three? That's just a start.
Is it fiscally responsible to?
That's the start.
My answer, I mean,
Long-term.
Okay.
my answer is we don't have it. I mean, you saw that in
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
our operating budget looks
Let
like.
me say this.
Okay.
It would take years to spend $300,000, years, 3 or 4 years. And we can stop at any point. If our intervention's denied, we can stop, or we can ask to be able to file some amicus briefs. That won't cost much at all. If we win and it goes to appeal, I mean, I think you would probably want to defend that, but we don't, you know, we can stop at any point. So, but I guess the question is, as a practical matter, do you want to start, you know, knowing that at some point in 2028 or 29, we could run out of money, but let me, let's Mr. Corey.
Well, that's okay. I think he responded. Was there anything else?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have one more question. Has anyone in this room directly talked to Gwen Falkenberry, Anika Whitfield, or you sound like you've talked to Richard Mays?
Yeah, several times.
Kai talked to,
I mean, anybody in this room, like, how are they going to perform on like when called to the stand? How good are the merits of their case if we're attaching ourselves to their case? It's hard. I just feel like that's an important and relevant. I mean, if they're going to be in this case and having to say they've been harmed directly by this, and we're attaching ourselves to their case, like, I think it's important that we know who they are and what they look like and how that's going to reflect on us as a district.
You're grabbing at stuff, Anna.
And I'm not. I think these are all incredibly important things that are calculated when people try to go through federal court to change the law.
Okay. Can we go ahead and, Mr. Bali, just let's wrap this so we can go to the main motion to make a vote?
Yeah, well, I mean, she asked the question, so I'm just going to say how I feel.
Okay.
She keeps bringing up Anika Whitfield's name. Personally, I know Anika Whitfield. I look at her as a strong supporter of the Little Rock School District, somebody who's very knowledgeable and a big supporter of the school district. I trust her judgment in what she's doing, and so I'm going to say that personally speaking for me as the Zone 2 Director.
Well, I live next door to her. I live next door to Anika Whitfield. So I know I've been knowing her since she was a young girl. So yeah, she's passionate about
I know her as well.
passionate about school district. And that's why I agree with Director Rose on this avenue toward a remedy.
Thank you.
Okay. And I guess you're asking if, sorry, I was outside listening, but you were asking if anybody know Dr. Anika Whitfield?
No, didn't ask.
Oh.
I've spoken to her about this case and how she would perform in a federal court case.
Okay. Because I was just going to say, I do know her. I've been knowing her for years. We've advocated for the Little Rock School District together. We've organized together. I do know her quite well.
Okay, any other questions or comments that you have?
I think we have an amendment to a motion, don't we? Is that what we're arguing about?
You have-
My big complicated amendment?
You have an amendment on the floor right now, so procedurally.
Can I call for a question?
Few calls for the question, we have a second. Okay, it's been, the question has been called in second,
Take vote, you're voting to
so we
end
need to
debate.
vote on the.
Debate on the amendment.
The question first, then the main, okay, the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. So now we're going back to the.
Now the amended
main
motion.
Amended motion, and that is that the Little Rock School District Board would direct the fire department to seek intervention to the federal case 425 CV 592-DPM. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye. Call roll, please.
No.
If I abstain, what will that do?
No.
That's a no.
It goes to the
You
majority.
participated in the discussion.
Yeah, you
Chair of
can't
the meeting.
abstain.
Yes,
Yeah,
I can.
The rules you have about abstention
Okay.
require you to remove.
Let's go with.
Let's go with strawberry, vanilla,
This one.
chocolate.
You want a quarter to flip?
I am so sorry.
Let's go with a no for me. Let's go with a no. Let's go with a no.
Yes.
Evelyn Callaway,
Yes.
Vicky Hatter,
You know, when you call roll and your name get called, that puts you on the situation, don't it? Yeah, yes.
Norman Johnson,
I'm gonna have to say no, because I don't have enough information. You know, I was expecting more information from my,
Next.
I know.
so I'm gonna have to go with a no.
Cyrus Bali,
Yes.
Tony Rhodes.
Yes.
Board members,
Motion carries.
your amendment has passed, so now you have one last vote to
Which
take.
should be the same vote we just took.
Yeah, because the main motion.
Yeah,
The
you've
initial-
successfully amended your motion, so now you're back at the main motion.
Okay.
Motion again, read the motion
So it's
again.
been moved and probably second to direct the Friday firm to attach the LRSD to the federal court case for 25CV 592-DPM.
So moved.
Okay, been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Hasn't been seconded yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Second.
Second.
Second. It was, no.
You don't even have to.
Don't have to do that, that's right.
You're
That's
amending
right.
your main motion.
Right.
So there's no,
So you just
Right.
stated?
you
Yeah.
successfully amended it, now you're voting the main motion.
Okay, so we're voting on the main motion.
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor, say
Call the
aye.
roll.
Oh, call the roll. Will you call the roll, ma'am? I'm sorry. So,
It's too close to go, not call the roll.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Anna Strong? No. Joyce Wesley?
no.
Director Mason?
Yes.
Director Calloway?
Yes.
Director Hatter?
Yeah.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Adams?
Yes.
Director Volley?
Yes.
Director Rose?
Yes. That's it.
Motion should carry. Motion carries. All right.
Probably the most important motion we've taken since I've been here, this
right.
second go-around.
So the, yes.
Before they try to ask the board comments, I have to make a board comment.
Thank you.
Well, can you make one when it's time for
I'm
one?
just saying, it's next coming up, so I'm just.
No, it's not. We gotta have an executive session. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
The chair will entertain a motion to go into
I
executive.
move we go into executive session.
We have to say why.
I don't know why. I don't know why. Why is it on the list?
Yeah, it's on there. It's on there.
Okay, okay.
You should make the motion.
Somebody told me that we were having an executive session, so I assumed somebody would come forward.
We can go to court again, more court
To
fees.
discuss the probable of the board.
Oh, you want me to, you got it?
I'm not doing this. I don't have any reason to go into executive session.
I move that the LRSD Board of Education enter executive session for the purpose of considering the possible employment, appointment, promotion, and resignation of employees, which is
That's not
pretty
it.
broad.
That's not it. That's not it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
Yeah, without the resignation piece. You see it?
That's what I got on my book.
You know what, I'll do it. I move that the Little Rock Board of Education enter executive session for the purpose of considering the possible discipline of an elected official.
Piece of paper.
Move second. Then moved and properly second. If there's no objection, we're going into executive session. Without objection.
family. That's what usually happens after about 11 o'clock. It's just the family is still here.
Okay, we are returning from executive session. I have a quorum. Okay, where no action was taken. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move we return from executive session where no action was taken.
Yeah,
It's been
second.
moved and probably second. If there is no objection, we are returned. So we're going to just go ahead and move into board comments. Just really quickly, I just want to say I appreciate you all's time. I am so sorry that it has taken us to 11:15. I vowed not to ever be here past, really. And thus far, I have done a fairly good job of working collaboratively to ensure that we are not here past 10 or 9:30,
I have not
So
collaborated with
this
it.
is- I know, right? So, no, you do a good job, Russell. So I do apologize for that, and we'll work harder to ensure that that does not happen again. Other comments, guys, comments? Yes, sir. Mr. Rose. No.
He doesn't find that funny.
Just kidding.
All right. I'll be very brief. I just want to say this so it's on the record. When we voted on the Hall House situation, it was announced that it was unanimous. I did not say yes. I spoke with Ms. Hudson, I spoke with Ms. Vestal. I am a no vote. I know it doesn't change anything, but I want to be on the record to just say that. But while I do have the mic, I will say this right here. I did bring up that I wanted to bring up something about student ex officio. I'm not going to bring that up. I was pleased with the student advisory board member, and knowing that he'll be back every month, or representation from that board will be back every month, I'm satisfied with that, so I will not be bringing that up again unless we end that. Thank you.
Okay, more comments? Anything else? Yes, sir.
Yes, I was glad that earlier that there was a mention of the Hispanic Heritage Month, and we have so many of our family, students and staff members for whom that is their heritage, and we are really glad that they are here and in our district and a part of our district. And also wanted to say that there'll be an announcement and information going out, but in October when the Central Arkansas Pride Parade happens, the LRSD will have a group to walk in the Pride Parade. And I will be walking with that and in that parade, and I hope that there may be others to join us, because we also want to communicate to our LGBTQ students and staff that we are glad that they are here and a part of our community, and we want them to feel fully supported.
Other comments?
Just to tail off that, I want our LGBTQ plus students to feel that they have an advocate in me and an ally. That's a question more than a comment. Ms. Burgess, do we have any open attendance clerk positions, or have we filled all those?
We don't have it, not at this time.
All right.
Bus driver. Anyone else?
All right, so I do.
Yes, okay.
So, tonight I wanted a resolution to put on the agenda. I sent it far enough time, but it was not put on the agenda. So most of you guys know about the September 12th incident back in 2004 with Michael Mason, and then when he aggressively made motions towards myself and another board member, female board member, had to block the access, right, since he targeted me. That was unprovoked during an executive session. So the board, this resolution was supposed to have been on the agenda and for it to be voted on. Members, and it happened again in February the 25th. It wasn't towards me, it was towards another member, where Michael Mason had created another hostile or just an aggressive environment, and it was unprovoked. And members of this board want to continue to act like it did not happen, although another female member called another, well, she's sitting right next to me, called another member crying the next morning about the incident. So although this board doesn't want to condemn Michael Mason's actions, and it created a hostile and aggressive environment, and they want to turn tables and act like, because I ask hard penetrating questions and they may not like my tone, or they may say that my passion is aggressive and it makes them feel bad when I do certain things. However, one thing is for certain, I never charged at anybody. I never made a person feel like if their person would be endangered. And for me, it's quite ironic, since Michael Mason is attempting to run for a House position to run on women's rights, when he had clearly violated women's rights to where another woman had to step up and block the access. And then he did it again, February 27th, 2025, unprovoked behavior. Whatever he was going through at that time, okay. But do you really want a leader who can't even control those type of actions, creating a strong, aggressive environment, a hostile environment? So although certain members of this board do not want to hold Michael Mason accountable for his actions, and feels like I'm blowing it out of proportion, that I'm the one creating the hostile environment. I want it to be clear that even though they don't want to speak up and condemn his actions, I will condemn the actions. And even though I asked for this to be on the agenda and I submitted this resolution and it wasn't put on the agenda, I feel that that was strategic, and I think that it was intentful because, or on purpose, because as you guys know, when they want to try and do something to Vicky Hatter because of either somebody's hurt feelings, or they want to lie and say, oh, an investigation happened when there was nothing, it was just a board member who went and did all this research and got Heller to look at it and it was nothing there, or the censor, which was nothing, because they couldn't say what buildings I was going in unauthorized, or when or else like at Parkview, when my daughter attended there and I'm the board, and I'm on the president, or I'm sitting on the board at the time, using that as, it has been, and y'all seen it before I did, a struggle serving up here, but I did it, and I never ever bowed down. I never ever stopped speaking because they wanted me to stop asking or addressing certain issues. So since they don't have the courage, not all of them, but most of them, don't have the courage to condemn Michael Mason's actions and calling him a gentle, caring man, but yet they want to say that they care about domestic violence, but they don't care about violence against women, or maybe it's violence against black women, and they are not addressing that. I condemn them for not having the courage to step up and say something. Okay. And today is the anniversary of 57. So
I move adjourn.
It's been moved. If there is no objection, we are adjourned.
women, and they are not addressing that. I condemn them for not having the courage to step up and say something. Okay. And today is the anniversary of 57. So I move adjourn.